What's going on? It's Saturday evening. And we're exhausted. We had a storm today. Just give me 1 second here. Okay, there we go. I think that's pretty much it. I think. So anyways, we had a really late start tonight due to a storm we had today. And oh shoot, it's doing that thing again. And I was trying to play Titan Quest earlier this afternoon because I had some spare time. I thought I'd get on early or whatever and everything would be fine. However, I've probably been in game for 7 hours. And I think I've only played for 2.5 hours this afternoon. Everything else I've been outside for. It's been bad. Got a pretty rough day today for weather. I don't really know what's going on this evening. I know I'm going to be relaxing. I think. I haven't quite figured out what to do. Yeah, this should be fine. I think. I think this should be fine. That's what I'm running with. So we're going to try and get to the next waypoint, and then probably switch it up and do something different. It's just, I'm getting started, and I've had this game logged on all afternoon, so... I was actually thinking I might go back and play Sunless Sea. I think, after all. I thought I was going to do Overwatch tonight, but where I've had such a late start... I mean, I'm not going to have much time, so I just soon, sail around for a bit in Sunless Sea and make some money. As far as Titan Quest goes, we're actually, we're trying a new character. Using Earth and Spirit. So we have the Fire Elemental, or the Summoned Elemental, which is part of the Earth School. And we have the... I hate saying this. We have the Lech from the Spirit School. So we're trying to see how efficient the game goes with two pets. So far, the first playthrough is going much better than the melee character. But that could drastically change. I need a lot more ability points to beef these guys up. They go down pretty quick when you're dealing with bosses and magic use. I will say though, man, almost every bit of me is so sore, man. I've been shoveling all day. Shoveled this morning, went out 3 hours later. Oh, why was that shut off? Shoveled some more. Weather started to change. Went out and shoveled some more. Came back inside. Had roughly about an hour and a half, 2 hours to relax. Ended up back outside again. Was out for about 2 hours. Helped a couple neighbors. Came back inside. Just came in about a half hour ago from being out a third time. Jumped in the shower. Realized what time it was. Knew it was going to be a late start to the stream, but here I am, so we're just chilling. That's it. You're more than welcome to hang out, of course. I'll say one thing, as long as these pets stay alive, This character is going much more fluid than the first character. I mean, realistically for myself, I should be with a staff and try and stay at ranged, but I had a really nice dagger drop, so I figured, you know what? Why not? Let's get up in their face and see what happens. Oh, we lost the big guy. See, we haven't got enough points in him, that's why, so he's weak. Ah, okay, that's good. Yeah, I gotta say, I'm enjoying this character. As long as I can control the pets. It's a little difficult for me. In these kind of games, I don't normally play pet classes. So to watch their health, my mana, the enemy's health, number of enemies, who I'm targeting. Still trying to get used to it. I'm typically, you know, the melee person. Or the tank.
It's you again.
Now, we've probably skipped a number of quests. I'm gonna have to try and backtrack and see if I can complete them. I think we've pretty much killed everything in the game that we've come across. Oh. Now, because we had to put enough points into our stats to get the pets, we don't have any AoE viability. When I get a few more points, I'm going to start putting AoE points into the Earth Elemental.
Your inventory is full.
I'll say one thing, man. I'm going to hurt in the morning. I can feel every muscle. Like, just tensed right to... It's ridiculous, man. Lifting snow, especially when it starts to rain and the snow starts to get heavy. Very, very difficult. Thankfully, towards the end, one of my neighbors was nice enough to let me borrow their snowblower, so I was able to do the worst part of the shoveling using the snowblower. Made it a lot easier. Sadly, I had 75% of the work done before that happened anyways, so I guess it wasn't really a big deal. Hey, you know, it's funny too, because as far as meteorology goes, I'll tell you, man, weather people are, as much as these machines are fancy in their computers and their Doppler radar system and what have you, they are wrong like 98% of the time. You're better off just looking out the door and judging what you think the weather's going to be like. Today it was supposed to be 2 to 5 centimeters of snow. Then in the evening, the temperature was supposed to go up about 7 degrees. And we were going to get a bit of rain that was going to carry through overnight. We ended up getting 25 centimeters. Like, it snowed all day. Like, it didn't stop until probably 45 minutes ago when it instantly turned to rain. So it's raining out there now, which is a good thing in one respect and a bad thing in another. It's good because it'll take the remainder of the snow off the driveways, which is fantastic. Driveways, walkways, what have you. But the bad news is it'll pile up water at the end of the driveway. And the way the streets are plowed, it's very hard to get under the snow. So unless the rain tonight softens the snow or gets rid of enough snow tomorrow that we can actually break through the ice on the road in order to get the water to drain down into the gutter, tomorrow morning's probably going to be a real big pain in the butt. But whatever. I mean, that's your typical winter, right? Not like it's new to us. Okay, I think we have, yeah, we got a bunch of crap here we have to sell off. 10 and 5, we already have that. What's this one? Vitality, okay. Okay, now we need the bank. The bank. There.
What can I hold?
Okay, what do we have? We have a sun. I don't know why we have that. Okay, we don't have the fire, we don't have the helmet, we don't have the muscle. We have the satchel. We have that, so we can go up. Up.
Goodbye. Well, another overburdened warrior. So long, then. A caravan is what you need, eh?
I mean, it's not going to be much of an exciting evening, you know. Man, I'm just tired. Like shoveling, it's if you don't do it and you're not familiar with it, it's hard. Definitely difficult. We're gonna put these on now. Poison resistance, chance of the following. Briar ward, we didn't take nature. 13% strength, 7% health. Versus lightning damage and movement speed. No, it's fine. 3% chance. Nope. Nope, nothing. When does this stuff become available? Level 18. What are we now? 16. Okay, we're getting there. Hey, Fatherboard, how's it going? And man, look, I'm gonna be honest, I'm absolutely exhausted. We had a pretty bad storm today. It's been going all day. I've been out 3 times to shovel. Man, my arms hurt, chest hurts, back hurts, legs hurt. I mean, it's a good hurt. Like, it's muscle activity. It's just, dude, I'm beat. Like, my stamina is just drained. Being out there 3 times today, like, I wanted to make good progress in Titan Quest, and then tonight switch over and maybe do a bit of Overwatch just to try and get better at it. But to be perfectly honest, I'm exhausted. I'm just gonna point and click my way this evening, I think. Now, I don't think I'm gonna stick with Titan Quest. I'm just trying to play till the next big update, but I didn't get a chance to. I've had this game running for probably 6-7 hours, and I've only played maybe 2.5 hours of it today. So I'm just trying to get to the next big update, or the boss killed, and then I'm just gonna quit out and figure out what to do after that, I guess. chances are I'll probably drop back into Sunless Sea and try and make a bit of money. I'm not going to set my expectations too high because, to be honest, I don't think I'm in the right mindset for it. Regardless, how are you today? How's your day going? Hopefully you've been enjoying your weekend. Are you still in the EQ2? How's the expansion going? Is it a fun expansion? Or are you enjoying yourself in the expansion? I'll tell you, since we started this new character, the playthrough is so much easier than doing melee. I really should look at my quest journal before I go through with this. That doesn't matter. We'll clear as much of this out as possible and then backtrack and get our journal up to date. I don't think we have all the quests done. I just, with these, man, I've been ripping through this playthrough like crazy. I just gotta pay attention to names and magic users. They make short work of the elemental until I can put some points in them and get them leveled up higher. The only problem I have with the pets, you can't set their attitude. They won't aggro anything unless it's aggroed you. Which can be a pain when you're fighting bosses, because then aggro sticks on you. Unless you stop attacking and let the elemental gain, I guess, what would be threat. But if you do that, you risk dying. Ah, gotcha. Yep. I totally understand, man. That's kind of my boat, man. I think I had burnout because I wasn't in a situation where I was raiding. No. The only thing left for me in EverQuest 2 was to raid. If I couldn't raid, my mentality's not the same when it comes to that game. I can't be I'm not happy with just running dungeons over, like running groups over and over again. I can't do it. If I have a character that's able to raid and I can't raid, I don't play. Ooh, what's this? "25 energy leech, 13 elemental damage. I lose casting speed. That's not a big deal. I melee anyways." Yeah, why not? Played Division? Yeah, but I had Division when it first came out. I actually played Division for quite some time. I had a friend of mine send me a message a couple days ago and wanted me to go back because of the 1.4 patch, but I haven't bothered to go back yet. I mean, I set the game back up again, just in case, but I don't know. I'm still jonesing for Sunless Sea. So, like I said, where I was playing this earlier today, and then, you know, with the storm and the shoveling and the me not getting much done with this game, I'm just gonna get this to the next boss, and then I'm probably gonna load up Sunless Sea and do a few hours of that and try and make some money. I was gonna do Overwatch, but it's too late in the evening for me to start, right? Especially when I don't know what I'm doing. Hey, dude, father, man, look, you're taking stuff right from my playbook. That's the whole thing. There's just too many games. I had actually I had an email. No, I had 3 emails today from people asking if I was going to stick to any particular title for a certain amount of time, and I can't. I just can't. Can't. There's just too much stuff to play. Yes, shoveling is tiresome. And when you have a bad back and you have snow that has a bit of water on top of it, it gets packed in. When it gets packed down, the weight of the snow pretty much quadruples, which is a nuisance because in my scenario, you have to lift very little. So you're out there longer, lifting more often. But like I said, thankfully, towards the end of the evening, my neighbor was nice enough when he'd come home to offer me to use a snowblower. So, because I don't have one myself because I have nowhere to keep it, right? So, but he offered it to me, and thankfully, it was enough to get everything else done. And I tell you, I'm gonna feel it tomorrow. It'd be just like going. I don't know if you've ever gone to the gym or if you've lifted weights before, but when I wake up tomorrow, I'm gonna have gym symptoms. I'm not gonna be able to get up out of bed. My legs will be all tense. My shoulders will be tight. Oh, I hate this feeling. I'll like the feeling in about 2 days when everything settles, but I'm not gonna like it tomorrow morning. But I can feel it, man. Like, you know, so you know, like when you stretch, I don't know if anybody knows, but when you stretch, if you stretch a certain strength, you'll actually start to feel good. Like whatever it is with your muscles relaxing, whatever you're causing to inject into your system. So when you stretch, right there, oh, you're like you feel right relaxed, right? Because you're stretching your muscles out a bit. I have the problem that no game can actually bind me. Really nothing that gets me excited at the moment. Oh, Nav, that's unfortunate, man. A midlife game crisis. Those are the worst. Those are the worst. And by the way, hello. Been a while. I hope you're enjoying your weekend. So, what have you been playing, Nav? Have you been playing anything? Oh yeah, next. Yeah, see, I had back surgery. I had spinal fusion when I was a kid, and it pretty much my life was never the same since then. So I was never able to lift weights the way I used to when I was a teenager, which was unfortunate, but whatever. So over the last couple of years, I've been slowly trying to get back into it. Right, getting older, you want to try and look after yourself because you don't want to have any health issues arise that could have been avoided. So I mean. It's going well, but it has to go slow because when I got a bad back, right? Like when you have a bad back, same with your neck, your upper body strength is just not the same, right? I'm finding I'm trying to do a lot of deadlifts, and man, it's painful. I mean, it feels good 2 days later, but it's painful. But the feeling I'm gonna have tomorrow is the same feeling as if you go to the gym for 2 weeks. You know, if you haven't gone to the gym ever, and then you go for 2 weeks every day or every other day, after the 2 weeks, how good you feel, that's how I'm gonna feel. Which is gonna make me miss the gym. Which is funny because I have a whole weight system downstairs. Yeah, I could just walk down 2 flights of stairs and I'm there. Do I walk down there? Oop. Last game you finished was The Witcher 3 with all DLCs. Hey, awesome, man. Was that recent? Witcher 3 was so awesome. Tried many games, but nothing is sticking. Well, that's unfortunate, man. What games do you like? What genre of games are you into? Did I go the wrong way? Stairs up. Shoot, we overshot the stairs. Wait, quest journal. Oh, not bad. Oh, we didn't find the blacksmith. Shoot, we killed the boar man, but we didn't find the blacksmith. And we didn't go into the swamp. Ah, it doesn't matter. Finished yesterday. Yeah, look, man, look, that was so. I was never an overweight individual when I was going through school. You know, now I wasn't a jock or what have you, but I like to think I kept myself in pretty decent shape. And then in high school, I got myself in really good shape. However, I had the football injury happen that damaged my spine. I had to go in and have the surgery, and from that point forward, I was told by three different doctors, my family doctor, the surgeon that did the surgery, and I guess you'd call him I wouldn't call him a chiropractor. He was a specialist of something anyways. He was flown in from the States or whatever. And I was told by all of them at the same time that I would never be physically active again, and that I was supposed to find blue-collar work, like sitting behind desks and what have you. And I was like, oh my god, I said, I don't want to do that. Are you kidding me? And now, of course, I was 17, so 17-year-old, like, I was terrified, man. My whole world was just done. Just done. And ever since then, so I started doing stuff like security. I did desktop publishing for a while in my early work career, and I threw on a ton of weight. Like, I went up, for me, a ton of weight would be blowing up to, say, 250 pounds. And then I lost a fair bit of it, and then I put it back on, and then I lost a tremendous amount of it. And then I gradually ended up putting it back on again because I was finding it harder and harder to try and exercise. And of course, you got people in your ear all day long giving their suggestions. Oh, you should do this, you should do that. This is easy on the back, this is good, this will work. None of it was any good, man. Like, it's unfortunate because I don't look for sympathy when it comes to that. Like, I deal with my back every day, but to have somebody talk to me that's not in this situation and talk to me like they understand, I'm a sensible person, man, and nothing pisses me off more than... So I never assume to somebody else that I understand their way in life, unless I've gone through it. So now if I was talking to somebody else who had spine surgery and, whatever, then I would take whatever they said to heart. But, people telling me, it's like, you know what? You don't want to say, why don't you go ahead and break your spine and have surgery and try and do exactly what you just told me, and then 6 months later get back to me and tell me how it worked out, right? Like, it's foolish for people to say that. But anyways, that's it. It's getting back to the whole shoveling thing, because we're getting way off topic, but getting back to the whole shoveling thing, it's just, man, so I have discomfort every day. Every day you guys see me hanging out here or whatever, discomfort. I go to work, I've got discomfort and pain. Like, it's 24/7. I'll have it for the rest of my life. I mean, I could go on painkillers if I wanted to. The doctors want me to go on painkillers. I refuse to take them. So, I mean, that's why I'm trying slowly and gradually to get back into some kind of muscular shape. And that's why I started doing the deadlifts, because deadlifts are, as you would know, great for your lower back, right? So that's what I'm trying to work on. But my problem is it only takes 1 or 2 reps over what I'm supposed to, and I'm screwed for like 4 days. The pain is just bad enough, and it's not good pain. It's not the muscle pain, it's the spine pain. And when that happens, I automatically have to stop for like a week. And it sucks because stopping for that long, as you also may know, is not good for you when you're trying to get in a routine of getting into shape. And then it's almost like hitting reset, so yeah, it's that's just how it is. I mean, I'm a person with a lot of patience and a lot of tolerance. I'll let somebody blah 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 say whatever, and in a lot of cases I'll say, oh, okay, I'll try that. I'll see what I can do. I'd never look at somebody and say, man, I'm not going to try that. Do you have any idea, blah 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 blah. But I will definitely politely dismiss what somebody tells me. So, well, so real brief about my history, about my back. When I was 17, every winter we used to have what we called the Snow Bowl, and there were 12 of us. We played 6-on-6 in the local soccer field or whatever, and we had done it for the past probably 4 or 5 years. It was a blast. We loved it. And this particular year, there wasn't enough snow on the ground at the time, so we had decided that we were going to play flag football. It was normally tackle because of the snow, but we decided to play flag football. No outfits or uniforms or padding or nothing. It was just us in our regular clothes or whatnot. So one of the players that played with us was a very large kid. I mean, I'm talking large kid. And I don't mean muscular, well overweight, unhealthily overweight. So anyways, it's later in the game, and my team's down by a touchdown. So the ball's hiked and I'm running and my buddy is getting ready to throw the ball. So I run and I look behind me and I see my buddy, or well, my friend coming after me. And I shift and I run away from him. So I'm like, okay, I'm going to make it, I'm going to make it. So I turn around to signal my buddy to throw the ball to me, and he throws the ball. So he lobs the ball in the air, and I end up catching it, and I start running. Well, my buddy Mike behind me jumps at me and grabs me around, oh, hang on a second. And grabs me around my left leg, or sorry, my right leg, and he's holding onto my leg, right? He's down on the ground or whatever, holding onto my leg, and he's trying to reach up with his hand to pull the flag out of my back pocket, and I'm swinging my ass or whatever, you know, to the right to try and get the flag to flip back and forth so he can't reach it, and we're laughing and trash talking each other, what have you. And then while I'm looking down at my right leg, or at Mike, and I'm trying to pull myself out, I hear this crunch, crunch, crunch from my left, and I thought, okay, that's getting really close. And I went to turn to swing the flag the other way, and I don't remember I don't remember anything. Apparently, I dropped like a rock, I blacked out, I hit the ground. I remember coming to about 3.5 minutes later. My buddy Brian, the quarterback or whatever on my team, was over top of me. He's like, hey, yo, man, yo, you all right? And he's snapping in front of me or whatever, and he's like, how many fingers have I got? I'm like, dude, like, just pick me the F up and let's get playing. So he reached his arm down, like, you know, like so I could grab it and lift up. And I grabbed his arm, and I went to raise myself as he pulled, and the pain went right from my heels straight to my head. I said, put me down, put me down, put me down, put me down. So he ends up putting me back down on the ground. So I'm laying there, and I'm like, what is going on? I can't move. This friend that I thought was a friend had taken off. He ran off, terrified, no idea. So I'm laying there, and I'm like, oh my God, I can't move. And everybody's around me. I'm like, okay, guys, I can't get up on my own. You guys got to carry me to the house. Thankfully, the field is just down the road from where I live. So my buddies, being the cool dudes that they are, they all picked me up. There were like 6 of them. They picked me up almost like pallbearers, and they carried me down the road to get to my house. So they knock on the door. My mom comes to the door, and she sees them carrying me, and her face goes white. I mean, white like a ghost. And I'm like, Mom, we were playing football. I said, something happened. I said, I got a pain in my back. I said, it's probably muscles. I said, I can't walk. These guys are just going to set me down on the couch. Now, keep in mind, this was the week of Christmas. So they carry me into the house or whatever. We go in the living room, and they set me down on the couch. I thanked them or whatever, blah, blah, blah. They said, feel free to give us a call. Let us know how you're feeling. I said, yeah, cool, guys. No problem. So off they went to do whatever they wanted to do. So trying to make a long story short, over those next 4 months, it took about 4 or 5 days for me to be able to get up off the couch. Now, we didn't panic and assume the worst with the hospital or whatever, because I didn't feel like anything serious was going on. So after the 5th day, I was able to gradually swing my legs off or whatever, or off the couch, and stand up. So I would stand up, and there was this discomfort. Now, if you were to stand up and measure probably 2 to 2.5 inches above your butt, above your tailbone, that's where the discomfort was. And I was walking around, and I was like, oh, this is not good. This is not good. Okay, we have to go to the hospital. So my parents took me into the hospital, and when we went into the hospital, the doctor was like, okay, we're going to go in, take a couple x-rays or whatever, see what's going on, blah, blah, blah. So we get into the hospital, where the ambulance comes and gets me. We go into the hospital, whatever. They go and run their x-rays. They come to me later in the day, and they say, okay, it looks like there's bruising, nothing serious, whatever. We're going to send you home, prescribe Tylenol 3. If you guys aren't familiar with it, Tylenol 3, Tylenol is like aspirin if you don't have Tylenol in your area. But Tylenol is used for like inflammation or what have you. But Tylenol 3 has codeine in it, which helps it's not really a muscle relaxer. It's more of a really jacked up pain reliever. So they gave me that, and off I went. That was the beginning of January. So within the next 2 weeks of January, there were times, actually, this was the first time this happened. I was standing, I remember it was the next day, the next evening, I was standing in the kitchen. My parents had friends over or whatever, and we were all laughing and hanging out. And I was standing in the kitchen with my hands on the back of a chair. I think my mom was sitting in the chair, actually, and we were just talking or whatever. And all of a sudden, just like that, I hit the ground. I just collapsed for no reason. I started shaking. Sweat was coming off my forearms. I didn't know what the hell was going on. My parents are looking at me. I'm like, okay, I don't know. I have no idea what's happening. So they pulled me into the living room, and I had to actually sleep on the floor in the living room with a couch cushion because, as far as we knew, it was bruising, and I didn't want to get up and risk agitating it. So I said, you know what? I got no problem sleeping on the floor. I'll sleep on the floor. So I had to sleep on the floor. From that next evening, for the next 2 weeks, almost every day, randomly, I would lose feeling and drop to the floor. Unable to move. I couldn't climb stairs. I couldn't get up. I couldn't put 2 feet in front of each other. I kept telling my mom something is wrong. This can't be bruising. I said, I've beat myself up before. I know what bruising is. I should still be able to move around. I can't move. We go back into the hospital again. Gonna fast forward a couple of months. 4 times I went to the hospital for x-rays. 3 times they kept coming back saying that there was nothing wrong with my back. I had x-ray after x-ray after x-ray, and they said there was nothing wrong. I go back this 4th time, and I get some kid, and I say kid because he was only a couple years older than I was. He was fresh out of med school or whatever. And same thing. We went, and he said, we're going to take some x-rays. I'm going to get back to you. And I looked at him, and I said, listen, I said, and I don't swear. I try as a kid. I was a decent kid. I looked at him and I said, if you don't effing find something, I said, I swear to God, I'm suing somebody. Now, again, I'm 17 years old, right? I'm freaking out. I have no idea what the hell's going on. I'm putting all this stress on my parents, especially my mom. She can't handle herself or whatever. So we go have these x-rays done, and I'm laying in the gurney or whatever, and he comes in and he's like, hey, Todd, how you feeling? And I'm like, I'm in a lot of pain, blah, blah, blah. He's like, okay. And then on the wall, they have the light boards, right, where they put the x-ray slides. And he takes one x-ray and he slides it up or whatever, and he turns the board on, and the second he turns it on, I'm back against the wall, which is probably like 6-7 feet back this way, and I'm looking, and I can see a black area, my lower back, where my spine, like a plain as day. I looked at him and I said, what's that black area? That's when he proceeded to tell me, nonchalantly, as if it was an obvious thing, that my spine was cracked. I looked at him and I said, what? And dude, I'm not going to start cursing because I'm streaming, but I went off on this poor kid for, I don't know how, I was cursing and swearing and yelling and flipping out. My mom was all cold sweating and pain. She didn't know what the hell she was doing. I had lost it. I could have, whatever, but I was threatening to sue and blah, blah, blah. And these other doctors were idiots and they had no idea what the hell they were doing, and why couldn't anybody see this? And the kid, I say kid, but the kid was trying to tell me, he's like, well, this could be something new that they didn't see. And I looked at him and I said, don't you effing tell me that. I said, I've had this for months. I said, and you're telling me all of a sudden out of the blue, your eyes see what these other three doctors didn't see? And he was like, yeah, I apologize. I said, you can't apologize. I said, what are you apologizing for? I don't even know who the hell you are. I'm just seeing you now for the first time. I said, these other 3 senior experienced doctors sent me home after 3 sets of x-rays telling me nothing was wrong. Everything was fine. Anyways, I ended up being given 2 options. 1, no surgery, permanent pain meds, infinite pain for the rest of my life. 2, experimental spinal surgery to try and correct the crack, and then possibly pain meds, but pain and discomfort for the rest of my life. Again, I'm 17 years old. Dude, I had everything situated. I knew exactly what I was going to do in life, and it was gone within an afternoon. I'll be perfect. Like, I'll be honest, man. I broke down every night I was in the hospital before the surgery. I broke down, man. I was bawling. I wouldn't break down in front of my parents because I didn't want them freaking out or whatever, right? But I was terrified, So anybody who's gone in and had this kind of surgery, I understand how they feel. Like, man, I can't even tell you. But anyways, so the surgeon or whatever comes in the next day, and he comes in with a specialist. I meet the specialist for the first time. This is the guy that they brought up from the States, and they're talking to me, and they're like, okay, so the procedure we're about to do, he said, it's not done often. He said, there's a 75% chance that you will have paralysis down the left side of your body. This is what he's telling a 17-year-old kid. So I'm in the bed, I'm cold sweating, I'm terrified. Like I don't know. My brain is trying to process what's going on, and it can't process it. I'm thinking, oh my God, So they talked to me for about a half hour about the whole thing and what would transpire. And they said, well, we'll give you a day to think on it or whatever, please think seriously, and then let us know tomorrow what you want to do. And they left. And then I had the next 24 hours to try and figure out how I was going to screw my life up for the rest of my life. So the next morning, I sat and I talked to my parents, and I said, listen, I said, if I do this surgery and I end up with any sort of paralysis down the left side of my body, are you guys going to be okay if I have to get in like a wheelchair, and we'll have to do work on the house to get a ramp or whatever, like just worst case scenario. So my mom said, well, yeah, we're going to, like, my dad was a tradesman, a plumber or whatever, and he was really good at his job. But the problem is he has no guts, so to speak, when it comes to family. If I'm hurt, if my sister's hurt, if mom's hurt, whatever, he doesn't know what to do, right? He freaks out as if he was, in this case, me or whatever, laying in the bed, and they didn't know what to do. They had no idea. So I thought about it overnight, and typically, because I was under the age of 18, the doctors typically would have had to have gone with whatever my parents said. So I told them in the morning, I said, listen, I said, I'm going to have the surgery. I said, I can't take this pain. I said, I can't move. I can't lay on my side. I'm not going to be able to walk. I refuse to take painkillers for the rest of my life, because if you don't know, with painkillers, you'll build a tolerance over a period of time, which means you'll have to be on them. You'll build a tolerance. You'll have to come off them. You'll have to reset, build a tolerance again, come off them, let it reset, build a tolerance, come off them, and so on and so forth. I didn't want to do that. So the next morning I told them, I said, okay, go ahead with the surgery. Now, you guys think this is a bad story so far. Here's where it gets horrible. They told me that the procedure was supposed to be around 3.5 to 4 hours. They told me exactly what they were going to do, and that I would end up back in the hospital room that afternoon, and I'd probably be in there for a couple of weeks or whatever, until I was good enough to go home. And I said, okay. So I'm on the gurney being wheeled to the surgery room with the nurse, and I automatically just break down. I start crying. I'm bawling. I'm like, man, I'm terrified. I'm scared. The nurse is trying to console me or whatever and tell me everything's going to be fine. Thankfully, she put the friggin' mask on me or whatever and told me to count back from 10. I don't remember getting any further than 9, and that was it. So I wake up, or sorry, I shouldn't say that. I become aware of my surroundings 4 days later, okay? I've been conscious, but I was high the whole time. They had me on medication or whatever, because of the pain. So here's where it got crazy. The specialist and the surgeon and my family doctor came in on the 5th day. Now I was pretty high. So they came in to talk to me, to do a post-op or whatever, just a summary to see what's going on. My parents were there. So they come in and we start having a conversation or whatever, and I'm half out of it. The 3.5-hour surgery went 9 hours long. They lost me on the table once because I had too much blood loss. Not just that, but in the local news, they had an article about infected blood that had come into the medical system in Nova Scotia at the time. Nova Scotia is the province I live in. Like, can you imagine? Like, how it... I don't know how else to say it. Like, I don't... It all went so horribly wrong. Now, that's me knocking on wood. I don't have any paralysis. I don't have any loss of feeling whatsoever. I have full mobility, full movement. They said it was phenomenal. They said the surgery went awesome. Everything went the way it was supposed to. I'm still going to have a lifetime of pain and so on and so forth. So everything is good there, but I had to trade off with the 24/7 pain, right? Like every time, like even right now, I've got discomfort and pain, and sometimes you might see me shift a lot, or you might see me shift a bit when I'm straight, like when I'm sitting here or whatever. It's not that I'm uncomfortable sitting in the chair, but it's that my back is just not having any of it, right? So anyways, it was a whole big mess of shit, but needless to say, fast forward to today, and I haven't been able to be athletically physical like I was when I was a teenager, which is unfortunate. But I've been able to work. I've been able to, I can walk. I can't run, as much as I'd love to run to try and get into shape and what have you. I can't run. My spine just won't do it. And then, of course, like I have to lift light instead of lifting heavy and so on and so forth. And the thing is, I never talk about this. This is the first time in all the time that I've been streaming that I'm actually telling you guys about it now, just because of the whole shoveling. Like, I went from shoveling to a totally off tangent to this whole story. But other than that, since the surgery, I don't talk about this to anybody. I'm not looking for, even from my family, I'm not looking for sympathy. They all talk, like I hear people every day complain about how their arm hurts or their chest hurts or their legs hurt from doing this and doing that and doing whatever, and that they're tired and so on and so forth. And they try and talk their injury, like, I hate to sound like a dick, but they talk their injuries up like they're similar, like experimental spinal fusion, and then a headache or a migraine or pulled muscle or dry skin. It's like, you just need to just stop. You're not going to get any sympathy from me, right? But I never ask for it. I never talk about it. I never bring it up. I know I've got to deal with it for the rest of my life. There's no reason anybody else has to deal with it also, right? So anyways, we got way off topic. I've been sitting here doing absolutely nothing. I should get back to probably playing a bit, but there you go. Now you guys know. I mean, that's probably the biggest thing about me that anybody could find out. So there you go. I don't mind talking about it. It happened. It's over. But yeah, so anyways, that's it. Yeah, I had no idea. When they told me they lost me once on the table, I was like, but it was back surgery. Like, it was spinal surgery. Like, how does that... And then they were telling me, like, because I didn't know any better at 17, right? I didn't know. I wasn't watching ER or General Hospital or, I wasn't knowledged in the medical system, so I had no idea how that was possible. But they were telling me about the blood loss. They didn't realize that I had lost as much blood as I did while they had me open for over twice the amount of time the surgery was supposed to take. So, anyways, what could I do? I mean, I came out of it, As far as I know, I haven't changed mentally. Physically and emotionally, of course, obviously, because it was serious surgery, but I think I have my wits about me, as far as I can tell. Why is this game dropping bows, damn it? Bows. Nah, it's don't say anything, man. It's cool. It's just a story. Don't say anything. Like I said, it's just a story. I don't mind talking. It's what I do. I just need to get this boss killed so I can jump back into Sunless Sea. That's all. Like, in all seriousness, over the past 20 some odd years, only my parents, my sister, and my two best friends know the full details about what I went through. And now you guys know. And out of all the people I've met over the last couple of decades, all the co-workers, bosses, family, relatives, etc., nobody else knew the whole story because I just don't talk about it. And I told them not to talk about it because, like I said, I don't want people trying to compare their pains to mine. I don't want people to give me sympathy. I'm not looking for that shit, right? Let's just move on with our lives. It's unfortunate because I have bad days sometimes that I should be on painkillers, but I refuse to do it. They've prescribed me Dilaudid. I've been on Oxycodone, or Oxycontin as people pronounce it. I've been on morphine, hydromorphone, which is a branch of Dilaudid, and I've been on the 8 milligram versions of that medication. That's the severe. That's the stuff they give terminal cancer patients. It's bad stuff. The pill is probably That's small. It is tiny. And it feels like a stampede of horses just lined up and kicked you in the face, in the stomach, it just in the chest, everywhere. It's nonstop. Like, it was just an awful, awful feeling. So I said, never again. I'm not doing it. But realistically, I should have something for the bad days. I just choose to go through them. So some days I might be streaming and you guys might see that I'm not so talkative or I'm not so focused or whatever. That's probably why. I'm probably annoyed at myself because the pain is there or whatever. But what are you gonna do? I can tell you there are people out there that have it worse. That's how I look at it. There are people out there that have it worse. But I'll tell you, man, this character, going through with the Earth School and the Spirit School and having both pets is so much easier than doing that melee run that I was doing before with the first character. It's so fast. As long as I pay attention to the mages, spellcasters eat through the pets pretty quickly. But I don't have enough points to beef them up, so once I get the points to beef them up, it should go faster. Yeah. That's it, Nav. That's it in some cases. Yes, Enterprise. Yes. I don't know if you're just jumping into the channel, but I was just telling the whole ordeal about my injury to Nav, Fatherboard, and whoever else might be in the channel. That's what we were just talking about. The worst part about the whole process, other than the 24/7, pain or whatever, is that I have a scar that runs from one side of my back to the other, and it looks like train tracks. So for years, I had friends actually pool money together. They wanted me to get a tattoo of the Orient Express on my, like my scar is like literally, it's that big. It goes from one hip to the other, and it's funny. It's humorous. I mean, it's not pretty to look at, but it's humorous that it looks like a set of train tracks. Could be Frankenstein, Frankenstein had a lot of stitches. Yeah, they had, what'd they have? I can't remember. They put together I think it was like $870 some odd, which is what it would have cost to get a train tattoo that large on my back. I was like, no, I'm not doing that. I said, are you kidding? I said, the second that guy puts the needle to my back, I'm done. So I was, my first girlfriend that I had after the surgery, she would just lightly put her fingers on my lower back, and I was like, nope, stop. Not happening. Move them. I don't care where you put them, just get them off of there. Like, my back is so sensitive. I could be out in the summertime with my shirt off, and the wind could pick up, and if the wind hits me the right way, I can feel the discomfort. It's that sensitive. Man, I wish there were ways around it, but there isn't. Painkillers is the only thing that'll help, and like I said, I refuse to go on them. I got a hard time taking aspirin and Tylenol for a headache. I don't want to be an individual who has to take medication, right? That's it. Now, maybe I'm being stubborn. Maybe I'm being dumb, Maybe it's the sensible thing is for me to be on something, but I believe I don't need to be on it. I can still manage throughout my day. I might not function at 100%, but... We're gonna do this now? I guess we could do this now. Okay, let's do this now. Come here, buddy. Oh, come on now. Nope. I'm moving fast. Why didn't get up, damn it? Oh, my timer's down. Why's my timer down? Oh, he's almost dead. Awesome. I'll just run around until I can summon him again. Nice. Mom, blue. Blue caster. Oh, we got blue something. How's our inventory looking? Oh, it's pretty empty. Obsidian bracers.
Mysterious warrior, by saving my life.
By saving your life, I don't even know who you are. Yeah, exactly. Am I close to the end of this game? No, I'm only close to the end of Act 1 with this character. I've already finished it with the previous character, my melee character that I have. 163 strength. Actually not bad. We get to 160? Can't. Alright, we'll keep trying. I probably even shouldn't be putting points into strength because we're a caster. 14% to oh, wait a minute. 14% to strength, 7% to health. Oh, it's a shield. Oh no, we have a shield. 6 strength, 14 dex. 6 strength, 14. Okay, so 6 strength takes us down to 142. What does 14 strength put us up to? 161. Need 163. Oh, shoot. Do I have anything that puts strength up by 2 points? I have nothing. Wait, what's this? 33% energy. Damage to demons, magical. 18 less damage from demons and magical. Put that on. We'll try that. Okay, we have nothing for strength. That's fine. Yes, this is the Immortal Throne version of the game. We've already unlocked epic difficulty on the first tune, the melee tune. I just wanted to try a caster tune to see, well, not a caster tune, but I wanted to try a pet tune or a pet class to see how it would go. And it's going much easier than the melee. just need a lot more ability points because I need to beef up my pets. The guard's helm.
You can't carry anymore.
Phaedra sent you? You are
Phaedra sent me. You had some stability issues with multiplayer? What do you mean? You mean like somebody kept disconnecting? Can't we get in? Oh, okay. I guess we're not supposed to get in there. Well, still haven't completed the quests. Okay, you know what? We'll move to the next act and then I'll port back. Actually, how many points do I have? 6. Put him to 12. I could bump him up 3? No, I need to let's give it to him. I think so. Go 1, 2, 3. I wonder what kind of networking the game uses. I wonder if the networking hasn't been fixed. If the networking hasn't been fixed, it could very well be the game. Sadly, older software with newer networking, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to work properly. That's the problem I'm having with Borderlands pre-sequel. Why I can't multiplay with anybody. I try and multiplay, and all of a sudden my internet goes to crap.
My shop is a shadow of its former glory. We're fallen on hard times here. Still, perhaps I can help you?
Do we want that? No, I don't think so. I don't really do a bow class.
Good luck.
Welcome, stranger.
Once, long ago.
Have something to store?
Played through Hamachi Land. You had no problem with multiplayer? Had other issues though, very unstable. Yeah, see, my networking wouldn't work. I tried to multiplay with a few viewers months ago when I tried the game, and every time my internet would choke up, and then I'd go in and check the resources for my networking, and my networking was almost max, which makes no sense whatsoever. And then I went online and did some research, and the pre-sequel has horrible network design, according to the internet. Oh, My phone's ringing. Hang on a second, guys. Ugh, man. Oh. The other bad thing about my life is the tech support. I always get calls from people, my friends and family for friggin' tech support. Now I gotta deal with Facebook Messenger. A piece of garbage app anyways. I don't know why people use it. I like your message there, Nav. Sorry, can't go out. I'm trying to save Greek from the evil guys. Have I heard about Caravan Palace? Nope. What's Caravan Palace? Enlighten me. Make me feel a little bit smarter.
Goodbye. Goods stored and transferred. Come again.
Okay, we don't want to advance this story. Oh, we need to get the portal unlocked. It's a band? I've never heard Caravan Palace. What genre of music are they? Okay, we need to go... Oh, wait, hang on now. Go to the journal real quick. Where do we have to go? 2 quests in Delphi. 1 in Athens. Blacksmith we haven't found. The Grieving Widow we do have. Right, okay, so let's go to Delphi. It's a French electro swing band? Electro swing? What is electro swing? Swing's like from the 50s, right? 50s music. Electro swing? That sounds interesting. I'm not familiar with it. Okay, where's our quest turn in? Not here. Oh, right here.
I dreamt of my husband again. His shade.
Okay, that quest is done. Now, we didn't find the blacksmith. Why? In his own little... I know he's in his own little area by himself. There? No, that's a wall. Oh, we never fully explored there. Okay. Oh god, that's a run. Brother produces electro swing. Send you an example. Yeah, hey, I mean, hey, yeah, definitely, man. You know, emails, was it crushneck@gmail.com? Okay, we'll go find the blacksmith and then I'll switch over to Sunless Sea, I think. I killed the boss I wanted to kill. I just didn't realize I wasn't caught up in my quests. Oh, okay, yeah, you could do that too. That's alright. Yep. I see the link. I don't know. I don't know if I can listen to it now though while I'm streaming. Can I? Won't I get some kind of copyright thing? I'll wait till after the stream and listen to it. I think just to be safe. I don't want to get in any trouble with anybody. I uploaded the ending to my Divinity Original Sin playthrough, and there was a little sound effect towards the end of the game that it was birds in a tree. So it was just a brief little chirping sound. It only happened once during the playthrough. I got a copyright flag on that video from some music company that apparently put some kind of patent nonsense on bird recordings. Can you imagine? Bird recordings. Somebody goes out and records birds chirping and then puts some stupid patent thing on it so that if YouTube's machine detects the sound, you get nailed for it. Like, for birds chirping. So ridiculous. Anyways, needless to say, I contested it. It came off the file or whatever, and my video was still able to be up there, but I don't want to get in any trouble. Okay, well, if that's the case, let's check it out. Oh my god, look at the video. Betty Boop. I used to watch these cartoons. Not that I was around in the 50s, of course, but... Oh, there's Betty Boop. Hey, Sige, what's happening, man? What's happening? Hope you're having a good Saturday. Or hope you had a good Saturday. I keep forgetting you're into your Sunday now. Okay, that's a weird cartoon figure. And you're sure this is legit like this isn't copywritten music? Yo, man, this cartoon is all kinds of messed up.
Write a little note on your toes, don't forget to dot the I. Write a little note on your toes, don't forget to dot the I. Write a little note.
Don't forget to dot the I.
Look at what you wrote, goodness knows, it's easy as pie.
Oh, there's Miss Boop. Okay, I think that's a little bit. I think that's a little bit racist right there. I think just a little bit. That scene. Yeah, that scene's just a little bit racist. That's cool. That's cool, man. That's cool. This is the new character. Wait, yes, this is the new character. I went with Earth Spirit. Just to get the pets. I wanted to see how the pets performed. And so far, it's a much easier playthrough than the first character. I have no points spent on myself or spells. Everything is going into the two pets right now. Blacksmith should be up here, I think. Yeah, he should be right up here. Oh, maybe he's not. Yeah, the song is definitely catchy. Definitely. My pets are super powered now with that battle marker. Well, I won't even attack anything. Oh, well, this was a bust. Oh. Yeah, I gotta say, I like the 50s feel to the music. Why'd your brother choose 50s though? Like, I mean, did he grow up in the era? I bought a pizza like 4 hours ago. €15, and you're hungry again? Domino's really isn't worth. Wait a minute. So, you have Domino? I didn't know you had Domino's in Europe. That's cool. Where is the blacksmith? He's supposed to be in a little off-jet thing. Up there? He's up there. Bought a pizza for €9. Still have half of it in the fridge. Domino's bought a local pizza chain, Joe. Oh, okay. He had many gigs then because people liked it. Oh, okay, okay, gotcha. That's cool, man. That's cool. Has he been doing it for a long time? Oh, look, there he is. He shows up on the map. You bugger. Ran past you.
Well, I don't get many visitors. Greetings, how can I help you?
What do you have that I can use? Nothing. Nothing.
So long.
Okay, that's all the quests, right? Yep, perfect. So now, we need to go to Athens. Search for the soldiers in the swamp. Since he was little, he started mixing some Smurf songs, like 10 or so. Okay, so now we gotta find the soldiers. That's Medusa up there, so that's not the way to go. Means it's down here somewhere. I don't know where. Oh, up in here. Where it is. Okay, is there a quicker way to get there? Nope. Well, shoot. Okay. Good thing we have run speed. Here's a cool playlist if anyone wants to listen to it. Okay, cool, man. Thank you. Now everything should pretty much be dead. Oh, everything. I went high strength. I went whatever I needed to wear the heavy armor that I had. So I didn't put everything in strength, but most of it went into strength. I didn't roll around a lot. Okay, the soldier should be right in here. Now again, like I said, I did a heavy plate, like everything was heavy. So, I did a lot of blocking. Like a lot of blocking. Which people kept telling me time and time again wouldn't work, and it was a garbage build, and nobody blocks, nobody does heavy armor. I did it just fine. I died a lot on a couple of fights, but had nothing to do with the heavy armor, it just had to do with I couldn't time properly. That's all. Like Smough, whatever his name is, Smough, and Ornstein. That one took forever. And then there was Knight Artorius, the guy that kept doing the flips. And other than that, I didn't have much of a problem going through the games. Both of them. Now apparently I'm told in Dark Souls 3, I guess there's not much in the way of heavy gear, I guess. So if I ever get around to playing Dark Souls 3, might not be able to do heavy. Although maybe you guys can correct me. You guys know differently. Soldiers, they're here somewheres. Yeah, I mean, if I was in medium or light armor and I could move around really fast, maybe I wouldn't have had that much of a problem with those fights. You know, quicker to roll and what have you, but... Yes, Snap, yeah, that was all because of you. I mean, if you hadn't gifted me Dark Souls 1, I probably never would have played them.
Well, we're all right.
Okay, so now I guess we're done. We have to go back and talk to the guy. Oh wait, I think we can just port back. The guy's standing in front of the city. You had smoke behind a pillar and just waited him out. Yeah, that's pretty much what it came down to. I gifted Dark Souls to a friend today. Yeah, but man, like Dark Souls, it's nothing. I mean, it's very affordable. Again, I wasn't sure I was gonna get around to playing it. I never asked Nav or nothing. Nav just up and did it. I actually tried to deter Nav from doing it. I was like, no, you haven't got to do that. I was concerned that if Nav would have gotten it. Wait, you're not the person I talked to? I talked to? Oh no. The dude in the ruins. This guy. Darn it. Right there. That's something I gotta do too. I don't think my Dark Souls playthroughs went to the YouTube channel. I know they would have come off of Twitch because my videos where I'm not partnered, my videos don't stay up very long on the Twitch channel, which is why I uploaded to YouTube. And now that I'm streaming, doing the multi-site thing, I just automatically set it up so that YouTube automatically captures the stream, so when I'm done tonight, it'll automatically go to YouTube. I won't have to do anything. But I really should go through my hard drive because I have like 70 files of the last like 70 days that I've streamed. I just haven't uploaded anything. I want to get my Hand of Fate playthrough up there. That's only 4 videos. I don't know what else to put up there. I might put up my Star Wars Old Republic playthrough. Just how I got to 50. I think my Dark Souls playthroughs went to the YouTube channel. I don't remember. Dude, I just ran the wrong way. Remember Ghouls and Ghosts? You mean like the 30-year-old game Ghouls and Ghosts? Because my answer is yes. You remember Ninja Gaiden? Arguably one of the hardest games in the history of all video games, period. We'd beaten it. We being myself and my best bud years ago when we were kids. We didn't have that much of a problem with it, but apparently the rest of the world has issues with it. And if you don't know that, you should look it up. But Ninja Gaiden, the original for the NES, is listed and considered the hardest game in gaming history, next to Battletoads, because of the last level of Battletoads, which we had beaten in an afternoon. Games aren't hard, man. Games aren't hard. Dark Souls has nothing on Ninja Gaiden. Ninja Gaiden, the last level, if you didn't succeed, they didn't put any checkpoint in the last level like they did in the previous levels of the game. So if you didn't pass, or if you didn't beat the game, you went back like a level and a half or whatever in Ninja Gaiden, however you want to pronounce it, and had to do it all the way to the end again. So Battletoads, man, look, I would love for them to do a current Battletoads. Battletoads was fun as hell. We had an amazing weekend playing Battletoads, man. And that was back when God, how old were we? That's a long time ago, man. We were just kids. We beat Battletoads, I think, same weekend. So there was a Double Dragon game for the Super Nintendo. I forget what it was called. Double Dragon something. I can't remember. So my friends, again, we were kids. My friends went to the local video store while I was, damn it, I ran the wrong way again. While I was in school. And they went and rented this, what's it called? Double Dragon Alpha? Double Dragon Omega? It was whatever Double Dragon game was for the Super Nintendo. And they'd gotten the game, and they were playing it all afternoon, and they were having the worst time possible trying to beat the game. This is true to fact, and I hate to make it sound like I'm bragging. I'm not. I'm just telling you how it is. I came home from school, and I did my homework, and I went over to my friend's place, and we decided to have a sleepover, whatever, that Friday night. And we were playing Double Dragon, and there were 4 or 5 of us there anyways. We were having a good old time laughing and so on and so forth. I hadn't played the game yet. So my buddy had finished, and probably Super Double Dragon. And he handed me the controller. I went through the entire game, didn't die once, and finished the game start to finish. It was the funniest thing ever. Didn't die once. Had no idea how to play the game, never played the game before in my life, but I took the controller from my buddy, and I went through the whole game, and then we just stopped playing. And they had been struggling all afternoon to try and get somewhere in that game. And they couldn't get past like the 3rd level or whatever, the 4th level, whatever the boss was there. I think it was 2 of the Abobos, really big muscular dudes. But yeah. That was funny. I was like, next. They were all laughing. I was feeling pretty good about myself at that time. But Battletoads, man, we flew through Battletoads. The very first day we played Battletoads, we played through Battletoads all the way to the last level with the speeder bikes. And that took us probably 3.5 hours of getting up to that level and running that level again. And we had the whole thing beat. We actually went through and beat it 2 or 3 times to see if we could get a better time jumping over the barricades or whatever. I don't know why people rated it a very hard game. I mean, maybe they just didn't. Maybe the people that were playing it at the time just didn't have the right hand-eye coordination, maybe? I don't know. But I can safely say we finished it with no issue. I beat Ninja Gaiden back before there was the internet, so, you know, I don't know what to tell you. Okay, we're done, right? Yep, we're done. Perfect. Yeah, man. Back when we had no internet, man, everything was phone calls. I remember when internet first came out and we used to have to do conference calling on the home phones because there was no such thing as a voice chat or voice over IP. So we used to have, we used to go to the store and buy these old headsets or whatever that would plug into our phones, then put them on and then tie up the phone lines for like an entire weekend. There was no call waiting, there was nothing. Has there been any game you haven't beat? There's probably a few, but I mean, again, we're talking about games that were out before the internet. I finished a lot of game. I've beaten a lot of games. I mean, if we'd have had internet and social media way back then, like if I'd have been a kid growing up through the internet, everything would be posted. You would see like hundreds and hundreds of probably game finishes by me. But I mean, when I put my mind to it, a game is going to get beat. Period. Look at Dark Souls. Look at Darkest Dungeon. It's all how you think about it, right? That's why I keep saying. I know it sounds dickish, and I hate to keep saying it, but I'm a gamer. I eat, live, breathe, crap games. That's all I've ever done. So, Ninja Gaiden Black for the original Xbox is supposed to be very. It is a hard game. I died many times in that game. And you had to remember the phone numbers. Yeah, exactly, right? We used to have to write everything down. I used to have a notepad. I had a blue notepad that I would write absolutely everything down in. It was so, man, I tell you, back before there was internet, you guys don't, I mean, some of you guys don't know. Some of you guys that weren't here before there was internet, you have no idea what the world was like back then. Honestly, we didn't know any better. There was nothing else. It took 1 to 4 to 5 minutes to get your dial-up modem to connect to a bulletin board or to the internet, and then you had Netscape Navigator, which doesn't exist anymore. That was your browser. There was no Internet Explorer. It was Netscape Navigator, and what was the other one we used? Oh, AOL, when AOL first came out. And they were miserable browsers. Netscape, well, I shouldn't say that. Netscape was the Firefox. The AOL was Internet Explorer. So, yeah, exactly. Boing, boing, boing. And then you'd connect. that's roughly it. 56K, who you kidding? Try 1200 baud. go to a 1200 baud modem and then get back to me. But that's all we knew, you know? That's all there was. It was like when people come out with technological advances today, I don't get starry-eyed, you know, like I did back then. Back then there was nothing else. Everything progressed further and further. So we left what you would call the Stone Age and went into the internet age, and then went into the high speed age, and then went into the ultra fast age, and then wherever we go from here. But it was nothing wows me today. No matter VR, alternate reality, all that fancy, none of that wows me as much as it did when I came from Atari as a kid to Nintendo, or to Sega to Nintendo, to ColecoVision, you know, to the Commodore 64, to the Tandys, to the Pentium 1s, to the imported consoles like the Neo Geo and what have, like, nothing will get me anymore going forward. Hey Revolt, what's happening, man? Hope you're having a good weekend. We're just relaxing. I was supposed to be playing Overwatch today, but I got a really late start time on my stream because we had a pretty bad storm today, and I've been out shoveling my butt off for most of the day, so I didn't want to do a short stream with Overwatch because I still need to learn how to get better. But I think I am going to switch over to Sunless Sea now. We're going to do some more Sunless Sea now that I got caught up. We unlocked the portal here, right? Yeah, we did, because we just teleported in. Okay, let's save. Exit. Dark Age of Camelot. Yeah, yeah. I was actually I was introduced to a game called Meridian 59, which came out prior to Ultima Online and EverQuest 1. It was the first real MMO in a sense. It was a horrible game. I didn't like it. But Meridian 59, like people, when trolls get in there and start talking about how WoW was the first and greatest game and blah, 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 whatever, and I go and talk about EverQuest or what have you, Meridian 59 came out prior to EverQuest and Ultima Online. It was literally the first graphical MMO game or whatever. And I remember the day as a kid that I got the CD in the mail for the beta test, and it was one of the white thin cardboard cases that had like 4 rounds of tape around it, had the FedEx label or whatever on it, and then more packing tape around it. And it took me probably 25 minutes to try and open the thing. I couldn't use scissors. I had to try and peel some of the tape and then get the scissors underneath and cut. Anyways, I remember pulling out the disc and looking at it for the first time. CDs were new. You guys probably don't even know what CDs are. You guys have, your DVDs and your Blu-rays, your fancy stuff. But I remember pulling out that CD and looking at it, and I was like, wow, like that was the first CD I'd ever had. And I was like, wow, man, like this is crazy. I would look at the back of it and how like it was silver with the purple sheen on it or what have you. And I would tilt the disc back and forth looking at, like, I'm telling you, like the shit you would look at now, you'd be like, dude, you're ridiculous. What are you doing? That's so foolish. But for me, there was nothing else. Like this was CDs being ushered in for the first time. And I was looking at it and I was amazed by the color on the bottom of the CD. And I was like, this is going to be awesome. And I remember putting it into what did I have at the time? Did I have a Pentium 2? I can't remember if Pentium 2 was out or if I still had the Pentium 1. But I remember putting the CD in and it's starting up and getting the screen, and it was so good. And I remember the install took forever, and then when it was done, and I remember connecting and logging in for the first time and starting to play it. And I was like, okay, this is kind of cool. And I kept thinking about Eye of the Beholder, which was Eye of the Beholder has been a classic video game. It doesn't exist today, but for Dungeons and Dragons, Eye of the Beholder was redone a couple of times. It was done back when there were just computers, and then when we got into consoles, Nintendo and what have you. But I remember playing Meridian 59, and I played it for about a week, and then I can't remember what happened, but my character ended up dying. It was horrible. I went to school one day. I came home. It was persistent. I came home. I logged in. Everything was gone. I'd lost everything. And at that point, I think because I was still doing console stuff, I left that game alone. And then, of course, EverQuest came out, and I jumped into EverQuest day one, and that's all she wrote going forward. But yeah, like it's cool to me that I've been able to live and see all the different progressions we've made to today. And I really don't see us going too far into the future, like 40 years from now or 30 years from now. If I'm around, I don't see us being any different than where we are right now, right? Like VR is pretty much it. There's not really much else, So anyways, yeah, that's it. So let's go into Sunless Sea. Let's try and make some money. Work our way towards the end game goal. And not die, of course. Oh, actually, hang on a second. I gotta update the stream. Okay, there we go. Lego Bionicle. Yo, man, Lego is okay. So I'm gonna be perfectly honest. I don't know if you guys have ever owned actual Lego. Lego will always be, to me, the greatest toy ever created. Never mind G.I. Joe, Transformers, action figures, whatever exists today, even video games. Lego is amazing. Every human being needs to use Lego at some point in their life, because Lego, it unlocks so much potential in the brain, right? Never mind video games. Video games are great for hand-eye coordination and what have you, but Lego's where the true creativeness comes from, right? I have a nephew who's just turned 5, and even though Lego is rated like 5 and up or 6 and up or 7 and up, he's had Lego. I've made sure he's had Lego for the last 2.5 years, because we grew up with Lego back when I was a kid, and Lego is just, if I had it now, I would play with it when I was offline. I would definitely play with Lego even now, even today, because just what can I build? What can I make? It's so good, man. It's such a simple toy, but it's so awesome. Like, everybody needs to play with Lego at some point. Everybody. Hated playing games. Like to watch your brothers play all the time. That was 95. I waited for Let's Plays, didn't even know. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, Let's Plays. Well, Let's Play, I mean, Let's Plays, that's just people streaming games, right? That's just people that don't do highlights or cut out like 12 or 15 minutes of a stream or what have you. Lego is a must-have at everyone's house over here. Yeah, totally, man. Lego is just fantastic. The only problem is, I don't know about where you guys live, but here, Lego is very expensive now. It used to never be expensive, and then probably a decade ago, the price went up ridiculously. Like, Lego was treated like gold for whatever reason. So everything is just so bloody expensive. It's so hard to get Lego or have decent Lego, even basic kits. Like, you can't even, here anyways, you can't even buy the basic Lego packages that had all the random stuff. Everything is a set. Everything is an already built scene that you have to collect and then mishmash all the Lego together in order to have a decent collection. We used to have the 4 feet or 5 feet? 4.5 feet by 2 feet tubs, like the plastic tubs that you would put like luggage in or storage in or what have you. We had 2 or 3 of those full of, like, all the kids in the neighborhood. Every time we would get Lego, we'd all put it together. I know it sounded weird. I know you can't do it nowadays because people would get in fist fights, but we put it all together. And then over the summers when we were out of school, it was a whole summer of just Lego. It was just, yeah, it was just awesome. Expensive in Germany too. Okay, and it's expensive. Okay, so I guess we could say it's universal that Lego's just ridiculously expensive worldwide. Okay, so what was I doing in here? I don't know. We have fuel. We have supplies. We have no terror. We got the new boat. Do we have any port intelligence? No. Okay, do we have the next update? Oh, we do. Khan's Heart. Okay, we have to go to Khan's Heart. What else do we have? Anything? Find 7. We have to find out which port sells the literature. Down here, somebody down here sells the literature. So we should probably... We go to Palmerston and then go south. Go from London. There. And to go from Palmerston. It is shorter to go to Palmerston, but it's longer to get there and then go down. Freshneck, did you play the Fakery Tale Adventure? I don't know. I don't think I've ever heard of that. Is that the name? Is that a game? It's called the Fakery Tale? Oh, the Fairy Tale Adventure. What console was it? A PC game or was it for a console? I was like, Fakery. Wait a minute. I know what Fakery is. Never heard of a Fakery game. Okay, I guess we're gonna go to Palmerston. Okay. For the Amiga. God, I don't remember. The Amiga. Back then for the Amiga, we did a lot of SSI games for the Dungeons and Dragons, like the Pool of Radiance series. What was the Forgotten Realms game back then? The Pool of Radiance. There was a trilogy involving Pool of Radiance, which we played through, and then there was a Forgotten Realms title that we played through. Commodore 64. I don't know. I'd have to look it up and look at the graphics to know. When I played Amiga, I never owned an Amiga. My friend's older brother had an Amiga. We used to play when I went over on the weekends, but I couldn't tell you. I can tell you we played all the D&D stuff. We played other games as well, but I don't know if I knew the names. Tale Adventure. I don't remember. I genuinely don't. You know what? Look it up right now. Retail Adventure. Don't care to hear an ad. I hope my memory serves me. Oh, I better mute that in case copyright stuff. Okay, it kind of starts like King's Quest. Fast forward a minute. Looks familiar. Oh, stupid ad. Just tried to fast forward to a part of the video and I got an ad again. And then I fast forwarded to another part and got another ad. There's so many ads in this video I'm looking at. Wait a minute, why is that recommended for me? Who is that? Okay. Oh my goodness. I found a video of It Came from the Desert. That was such a cool game. I remember that game. This game looks familiar, but I don't honestly know if I've played it. I might have seen my friend's older brother play the game, but the game does look very familiar. Yeah. It came from the desert was awesome. It was like well, I hate to use the words first person shooter, but I mean that's really what it was. First person shooter. Look, another ad. Oh my god, there's like 8 ads in this video. That's ridiculous. Oh, you know what? I remember that box art. Yep. I'm pretty sure I played Fairy Tale Adventure. Not long term, obviously, like I said, because I was using my friend's brother's Amiga or whatever, but yes, I remember that cover. The big dragon on the cover. Yep. I remember because when I first saw it, I thought it was a Dungeons and Dragons game. Then he had corrected me and told me that it wasn't. Yo, man, like, God, memories. The memories. Okay, let's make our way out. We got 20 fuel. We got a full boat. Alright, we'll swing up to Hunter's Keep first. I think we'll do an upward swing around, go to Palmerston, and then just pick up port reports as we go. Hunter's Keep. Okay, they're not receiving, so we'll reconnoiter to get the port report. Now we have news, so let's wait. 38 of 40. Are they going to give me 2 items? We don't know. Don't want to use the news. They're going to give me 2 items, more than 2 items. Maybe they won't. Go with Phoebe. Okay, good. We just got 1 supply. Perfect. 39? 39. Okay, we'll leave here. Vendor Bike does have a port report, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. It had first person elements when you shot. Yeah, when you shot the ants. Yeah. That's right. Well, I'll tell you one thing. The Amiga, I consider the Amiga similar to the Dreamcast. And what I mean by that is, with the Amiga itself, we had PCs, of course, and we had gaming. You had like your King's Quest, your Space Quest, and so on, which I played crap out of. But the first time I saw an Amiga and what it could do for graphics, like how vibrant the colors were, I was blown away, man. I was like, oh my goodness, why do I even have a PC? Why do I have a Windows-based PC when I could get an Amiga? Because the graphics were different. They were bright. They were so colorful. Like everything just looked good on the Amiga. And I say that because with the Dreamcast, the Sega Dreamcast, for anybody who doesn't know, the Sega Dreamcast was a console that was out around the time of the PlayStation. Or maybe just before the PlayStation. I can't remember exactly. But it was ahead of its time. The graphics and the quality of the PlayStation 2 maybe. The quality of the Dreamcast was amazing. Games looked better. They felt better to play. There was more stuff. It was an all-around awesome console. The problem is Sega wasn't big at the time for the hardware, and it didn't sell. But the Amiga itself, if you saw an Amiga for the first time, especially the full color version of the Amiga versus the current gen Windows PCs at the time, you would gravitate towards the Amiga. The colors were just, I can't even explain it to you without you seeing it yourself, but even though the Windows PCs could do a lot of colors, the Amiga was so bright. Like the screen that the monitor that the Amiga came with was just, dude, the games just look so good. It's just so good. It's just too bad the Amiga didn't get as big as, you know, the Windows PCs did, I guess you could say. Okay, gather gossip. That should be, yep, port report. Perfect. Okay, now we're gonna go to Wither. Yeah. Yeah, man. The Amiga was the Amiga would blow your mind away. Like it was night and day versus anything. The Commodore 64, the VIC 128. I remember when I saw a tape drive for the first time in elementary school for the Commodore 64. I was like, tape drive? Video games on cassette tapes? And I remember they had educational software. Oh, get away, Lifeberg. Get away. You don't see me. Oh, you bugger. Are you really going to turn towards me? Do it. Oh, no. You're going to see me. This is going to suck. Anyways, for educational software, they had this, what was it called? It was like a space... Oh. Come on now, go away. It was a space typing thing. Like letters would fly on the screen. You'd be in space, and it's like you're traveling through space, like in Star Trek. But there would be letters that would fly out at you from the left and the right. They have that nowadays in typing software, but this was the first time that you could actually use it. And we used to use it at school all the time. And then I remember one afternoon, one of the teachers snuck in a game. It was a Western. It was a Western-based game for the Commodore 64 or whatever. And we could only have it on. We only had it in the one terminal, and we didn't let teachers know that we had it. Now, the thing with this is, back then, it actually had adult content. What I mean by that is there was like nudity in parts of the game. We didn't know any better because you'd have to know what the graphic. If you looked up Commodore 64 graphics right now on Google, you would understand what I'm getting at, because the graphics didn't look like they were anything. Nothing looked real with the 64. There were no 16-bit graphics, none of that stuff. You know, it wasn't like your PlayStation or whatever. But there were pixeled drawn females that were topless at a certain point. We didn't know any better. And we would play this Western. We wouldn't even play the typing game anymore. We would just play every afternoon. We would all huddle around the one terminal and take turns playing this Western game. And the teachers used to think it was great that we were spending so much time doing the typing game, but we weren't even doing the typing game. I don't think any of us spent any large amount of time as kids. Now, elementary school for Canada would be grades 1 to 6. So you would start at age 5 or 6, and you would end at grades 10 or 11, or maybe even a little bit older if didn't pass your grades or whatever. But we used to play that, and it was so cool because there were shootouts. Like you could actually step out, like the OK Corral or whatever. You could actually step out onto the streets, and you'd have your opponent that would show down the hall, like not down the hall, away from you. Like they'd be drawn really small because they're at a distance, and then there's you, and then you'd have to type in commands. They didn't have button presses back then. Everything had to be typed. Even with Windows PCs back then, you had to type. Like when you were playing games like Heroes Quest and Space Quest, which were really the very first role-playing games for PC. So if you don't know those titles, you should look them up. They were done by Sierra Entertainment. But it was so cool. But it was on a cassette tape. Now some of you might not even know what a cassette tape is, but it was on a cassette tape that actually fit in a tape drive, and that's where the whole game was. Like it just blew my mind, man. And then we had the Space Quests, the King's Quests, the Heroes Quest. Heroes Quests were amazing. The Heroes Quest series was probably my favorite quest series ever created because there was just so much to it. It's like they had Police Quest, which was awesome. They had Space Quest. Like, God, like, I wish I could take you guys that aren't older. I wish I could take you guys through my childhood for gaming, because to get an understanding of what it was back then versus what it, like, man, oh man. Maniac Mansion, yes, of course. The game that spawned the TV show. Oh my God, like, I remember playing, there was a game called Iceman. It was for the PC way back when. I think at the time my friend's father was working for the military, and he had 386. Now you have to understand, 386 came before Pentium, period. So today you have your i7s, your i5s, and your i3s, which are the upgraded Pentium, right, for Intel. But before you had your i3s, your i5s, and your i7s, you had Pentium 4, Pentium 3, Pentium 2, Pentium 1, and then different variations of those Pentium processors. Before that, you had the x86 series, which was 286, 386, and 486, and then various inclinations of those numbers. Like someone would have a 286, but somebody else might have a 286DX, and somebody else might have a 286SX. So they had different designations. But back with the 386 line of computers, there was a game called Iceman, and the way it was done was you were an assassin that worked in the Navy, and it involved you going on missions around the world to assassinate people. It was Assassin's Creed before Assassin's Creed was Assassin's Creed, minus the whole strapped to a table, going back in the past type deal. So it was so cool because it was a game that kids shouldn't have had, but we used to play it every afternoon. I don't know how old we were. Maybe 13, 14 years old, I think. Can't remember. Anyways, it was such an awesome game. But Heroes Quest was I consider it the first real big role-playing game on a computer. Heroes Quest was just, it was awesome. But you had to do stuff like in Heroes Quest and King's Quest. In King's Quest, there was a part where you had to climb a beanstalk and face off against a giant. And you had to do stuff like hit enter to bring up the dialogue and then type in pick up rock and hit enter. And then your character would bend down and pick up a rock. And then you'd have to say throw rock at giant and then hit enter. And then your character would throw the rock at the giant or whatever. Like, you had to type everything. There was no WASD. There were no 4 arrows for movement. There was no mouse interaction except for to click or whatever, right? So, yes, yeah, turbo buttons, exactly. Turbo buttons are what we call overclocking now, but computers used to come with turbo buttons that you pressed, and it would actually automatically autoclock or overclock the processor. Yeah, and see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just. Yeah, I could talk about this forever, and it looks like Fatherboard and myself could talk for ages while putting the rest of you to sleep. Actually, Nav is referencing as well. Like, I don't know how old you guys are, and it's not something that we're not going to, I don't discuss age. However old you are is however old you are. This is the internet. We're here to hang out. But I just wish more and more people that got me talking about this stuff could actually know what it was. Like, God, man, like, that's just... I'm running through so many memories right now. Everything I've played from like the beginning of the Atari 2600, the original Pong machine, where it was just a giant black box that had 2 knobs on the top and a switch in the middle. And that's all the Pong machine was. And Pong, for anybody who doesn't know, is the classic game that has the 2 paddles on either side. They go up and down to bounce the ball back and forth. That was really the first home gaming system for arcades. No, I just wish you could experience it. Like, me talking about it is one thing, and maybe if I get all worked up and smiley, you could say, okay, blah, 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 whatever. But me talking about it and describing it doesn't do it the same justice as actually taking part in it. However, if you did try any of the stuff today, you more than likely wouldn't like it and would think it's dumb because you're already trained for the WoWs and the EverQuests and the Counter-Strikes and the Dooms and the Quakes and what have. Like, you're keen on all that. So when you see something like that, I don't think you would get the same appreciation as someone who is grown up going through that stuff, right? So that's the only thing. Like, I've had people all the time years ago, like over the past 20 years, I've had people more often than not, I'll be like, okay, go check out EverQuest 1. Because you guys know I've talked about EverQuest 1 forever. But I get people to go check it out, and they're like, they laugh and they go, how did you ever play this? I would never play this game. And that's why, because everybody's trained on the WoWs and the EverQuest 2s, like all the current stuff in the past decade. They can't process that this game could be cool even though it looks hideous now as opposed to what it was before. Me personally, I see how amazing these games were as we've come up to today, which I just wish more people had, but of course. Most of my generation, they're not on the internet for the most part. You know, like there are a lot of us online, but they're doing this stuff. There's not many. You know? Even with streamers, I can't think of. I could probably count on two hands the number of streamers that are, say, older than 35. I just can't. I know of a couple. I won't say their ages, but I know of a couple really big streamers that are above 35. But as far as people being above 35, I can't recall, or I don't know of any streamers that are 35 and older. It sucks that our age range, say 35 and up, just doesn't have that big of a footprint, because realistically, nobody wants to like. You guys might want to hear about all these old stories or what have you, and Fatherboard and myself and Nav might be reminiscing about this stuff from way back when, but nobody really wants to listen to this stuff, right? Except for the odd conversation like what we're having right now. It's anybody, most people that are 35 and up are working, they have other things going on, right? The majority, even with streaming, no matter whether it's Twitch or YouTube or whatever, the majority of the people on there are anywhere from 14 years old to say 30, and it's very hard to find anybody above 30 that's doing that stuff on a regular basis. They exist. They're just a very small portion. 35 above, even a smaller portion of that, right? So it's you know, it's unfortunate. And a lot of that is a lot of the users that stream into YouTube, they're in situations where they don't have to worry, quote unquote, about real life. You get, okay, so I don't mean any offense by this. You get a lot of people out there that do YouTube and Twitch and what have you, and they have really large audiences, thousands and thousands and tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of people, and they make their videos and their content and people watch them. And these people are probably in their 20s for the most part, if not pre-20. They didn't go through grade 12 or whatever their highest grade is, graduate, and then go out into the workforce. They didn't do that. They have the internet. Everybody automatically went to the internet and said, this is blah, blah, blah. If you took these people and put them in an office, in a building, in a store, in a job that didn't involve the internet, I guarantee you they would fail horribly. They wouldn't know their ass from their head. And it's people of, let's say, 35 and up. We've had jobs. We've had non-internet based jobs. We've had to go out and deal with people. We've had to go out and do the physical labor and what have you. It's not the same. Going out and doing the physical labor is not the same as sitting behind a computer, cutting and pasting video clips and annotations and little pop-ups and little cool effects and then uploading it to YouTube. That's not. If I could get something like that today, if for some reason I was put in that kind of a situation today, I'd be fine with it. But the people that are doing it now that are younger than, say, 30, maybe even 28, that have been either living with their families or living with their partners, or they haven't had like real life expenses, let's say. I'm not talking about monthly payments on a $400,000 car. I mean, you know, cell phone bills, power bills, heating bills. You'd be surprised how many popular people are not paying for a lot of stuff or not covering themselves on their own. They're in a situation where they're living with parents, they have partners, roommates, what have you. Like they have that extra support, I guess you would say. It sucks because I'll get stuck on YouTube for hours on end, and I'll be watching videos, all sorts of random videos. I'll click on one video, and you know YouTube, it takes you to another video, and then a half hour later, you're way off tangent watching stuff you have no idea you'd ever get to watch or whatever. And I see a lot of these popular YouTubers, and I say popular because I look at the numbers of their viewers and how many views they get and their subscribers or whatever, and I watch them, how they present themselves in their videos, and I'm thinking to myself, I would never hire that person. I would never hire those people. There's no way I would have those people work. Like, some of these people can't even speak proper English. And some of you know that if you can't speak properly, it irks me to no end. You guys know what kind of grammar Nazi I am. Like, it's just, oh my goodness. Like, it's just, I don't know what to say other than the world. So in North America, everybody's complaining about the education system. Everybody's saying kids aren't getting what they're supposed to. Kids are coming out of school dumber than what they used to be. Teachers aren't teaching what they're supposed to. But really, when you factor in whatever the bubble would be of everything encompassed, the internet and social media is a huge factor for that. If you didn't have the internet and if you didn't have social media, I guarantee you, my life depended on it, that kids coming out of school and what have you would be in better situations, better scenarios. You wouldn't have half the shit you have nowadays on the internet or what have you. It's just, that's just where we live. That's just how it is, right? The internet, being able to communicate with people out of your neighborhood, that's what this whole mess is about. Education. People are on their cell phones in school. I used to watch it when I was in high school, and the internet was still relatively new, and you had your AOL and you had your email. People would actually have their old Blackberries or whatever. And they would go on and grab their email and they'd be doing it in school, like during class. Like, it's just horrible. Well, now I don't mean English per se. Don't take that out of context in case you have. I just mean whatever your native tongue is. If you can't speak it, if you can speak properly and you choose not to speak it properly, that's just, for me, to me, that's not cool. Now, I may talk and go on rambles like I am now, and you might hear me truncate words or what have you now and then. I just do that because I'm relaxed and I'm casual. If I'm working, you want to believe I'm the proper type of person. My English is, as best as it can be. If I mispronounce stuff, I mispronounce stuff, but I say the whole word. I've worked for banks for the past, I want to say 17 years. I've worked for banks. Banks are a big deal. Never mind working in a department store, a coffee shop, a restaurant, whatever. When you're dealing with a bank, you're dealing with people's money. When people call, when people come into the branch, when people do stuff online, it's their money. You need to be on the ball with language. You need to know how to talk to somebody and explain to somebody what's going on without confusing them, because the minute you do that and it's somebody's money, they get pissed. They automatically get to mad. There's no confusion. There's no whatever. So I was working for one of these banks a few years ago, 2 years before I started streaming or whatever. And I'd been working for them for 6 years, and I've seen people come and go from that job. There's a huge turnover when working for the bank, especially with online and telephone banking. And the reason being is people can't talk. I'm watching these kids come out of college, and I call them kids. They're not kids, but I call them kids because they're younger than I am. But I've seen these kids come out of college, get these jobs with the bank, and then to hear them talk to customers, I would just as soon take them to the back room and smack some sense into them. Like the way they speak, it's like they're on their phone or on their internet typing LOL and GR8, and like just listening to them talk hurts my brain. It sucks. And I have kids in the neighborhood that will write down stuff. So there are kids in the neighborhood that don't have internet, right? Their parents can't afford it or whatever, whatnot. So they've actually written down stuff. They've given it to me, and I've gone and gotten it for them. Even their parents write stuff down. They're not writing in shorthand. They're writing in what they believe is what they talk or whatever, and it's abhorrent to read. It just, I don't know. It's not that hard to speak your native tongue if you have the physical capacity to speak your native tongue. If you have a mental deficiency, that's cool. That's, totally understandable. But if you have the ability to speak proper sentences or proper English and you don't, oh, dude, I get so grammar Nazi. I hate to say it, but I mean, I'm not expecting you to say, to pronounce every syllable and every word when we're having a conversation like right now. But if you're working for me and you have to deal with customers and I hear you talk like you would on the internet or to your friend on a cell phone, I'm gonna fire you. There's no way. There's no, you need to have that I don't know what it's called, etiquette. You need to have it. You need to. And unfortunately, a lot of kids nowadays don't have it. And it's very unfortunate. Right now, where I live in Nova Scotia, we're actually experiencing, you could consider it almost an education strike. The education union here is at odds with the government because the government is pulling money to put somewhere else, and the teachers and what have you are looking for assistance in the classrooms because classrooms are getting larger. The volume of classrooms are getting larger, and teachers don't have the support to handle 40 kids in a classroom, which is totally understandable. We never had 40 kids in a classroom when I was going through school. But the problem with this is, over the last few years, is the kids that might have a slightly slower learning ability than other kids aren't getting the help in the same amount of time as a school year permits. So more kids are failing, or more kids are losing grades in certain subjects that they could be excelling at if they had the 5 or 10 minutes of extra help a week, and right now they can't get it. So people are saying how the education is going down the drain and everybody's coming out less intelligent or what have you because the support's not there, and it's unfortunate, but I'm sure my area isn't the only place experiencing it. I'm sure you guys have places overseas and in the US and what have you that are experiencing the exact same thing, and it's very, very unfortunate that there are so few educational instructors for the amount of humans or the amount of people that are trying to get an education, right? It sucks. And it's a big issue right now because a lot of parents who have kids with learning disabilities for that's the easiest way I can put it, is learning disabilities. I'm not saying they're you know, I'm just saying they're not traveling at 80 kilometers an hour or 80 miles an hour like everybody else. They're at like 70 or 60 or whatever. But because they're traveling like that, they're not getting the help, so they get frustrated and they get depressed, and sometimes they get angry at themselves because they can't grasp why they can't catch up, like why they're not getting what everybody else is getting, why they're the last one to pass in a test when everybody else has passed in a test 5 minutes ago, right? Like, and it's very unfortunate. Like, to me, it's very unfortunate. I'm not a teacher, but I'm so keen on language. I'm so keen on speaking properly when it's required. And when people don't do that, either because they don't know any better, or they or somebody else has trained them to speak like that, oh my goodness, it bothers me. It's like such a pet peeve. It really shouldn't be, but it is. It is. I didn't go to any special school. I went to public school. I did my homework. I went to summer school 2 years in a row for math. I was horrible at math. I didn't believe math was going to get me anywhere in life after I was done school. That's the truth. I excelled in English. I excelled in health. I excelled in history. I was kind of okay in geography. Science was so-so. I wasn't really focused on science. But with math, I was in one of those boats where I wasn't quite grasping what 95% of the class was grasping with math. They'd all be closing their textbooks, getting up and leaving, and I'd still be sitting at my desk going, hey, what is this again? It's just the way it was. But I mean, it's unfortunate the education system the past decade is what it is. It sucks. It sucks. It's too bad. It really is. I'm talking too much, man. I got a game. This is a gaming channel. I'm gonna get fired off here or something for not gaming. Maybe I should start hanging out in that IRL channel or whatever. Whatever that new channel is they just created, where people can yap about their life and not worry about getting kicked out for not gaming. Okay, we need to go to Codex now. Do IRL vlog, yeah. I talk too much. That's it. I can talk forever about anything. I could talk forever about anything. Even if I don't know what I'm talking about, I can still talk forever about it. I'm just a motor mouth. A port report. Perfect. What do we have for fuel? 15. We've burned 5. Coming up there. Okay. So we probably should just go straight across. We'll go to Stoddard's. Maybe Godfall. I'm guessing it's going to take at least 3 fuel to get from Godfall to Palmerston. So we'll go to Stoddard. We'll pick up the report there. The long distance to Godfall. We'll see. We'll travel roughly straight between Changyi and the Antonine Abyss. See what our fuel is. And if we have enough, say if we have 6 or more, I'll stop in Godfall and then go to Palmerston, I think. And then refuel. Yeah, probably what I'll do. I report an IRL channel for non-IRL content. Actually, yes, you can. I think in the description of the IRL channel, it's not meant for gaming. So if someone's playing a game in the IRL channel, you can report them. When they're gaming, they need to be under the game. They need to be under the proper heading. I'm pretty sure that was in the email. I like when you talk about stuff, so don't worry. yeah, I know. I just keep talking. I got a game. I'm gonna be like those streamers. I hate to say this. I've seen a lot of, well, I shouldn't say a lot. It tends to be female streamers, but they'll sit there and they'll talk the whole time and they won't game. They'll have a game window up, but they won't be doing anything with it. And I don't want to be, I don't want to be that person. Okay, now we're at 13 fuel. I don't think we're gonna have enough. Well, maybe. See what happens. Enterprise, be careful with your grammar. Don't make me ban you guys. I should take care of Enterprise, he's gone crazy. I need chocolate milk and food. I didn't get either one I should have. Hey, you should. That's actually, you know what? I can't show you without spilling it all over the place, but I got chocolate milk on my mug. That's what I got. It was gonna be coffee, but I changed my mind at the last minute, and then I drove to the store earlier this afternoon. I haven't had it in a long time, and I thought, you know what? I'm gonna get. Okay, 12 fuel. So we've burnt 1.5 since leaving. Oh yeah, we got plenty of fuel. We'll be fine. Uh-oh. I don't recall him being there. I shouldn't say him, could be a her. Oh, you're gonna force me to go down to the eel. You bugger, you're gonna see me right now. Of course you are. No. We're in trouble. Oh, that was... No. No. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Ooh. Crisis averted. Excuse me. Okay, port report there. Well, what do we need to explore? Before the stalactite was a monastery. Before it ever fell from the roof, it was a citadel. All shattered it and killed all its occupants. Probably. Why don't you take a look? The more foxfire candles you have, the better. Bad things will happen if you run out. So we need at least 5 to get in, and then probably whatever extra to walk around. Can't do that till we get more inventory space. Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Okay. Let's go. We got plenty of fuel, right? Yeah, we got, well, not plenty, but. Okay, let's go to Palmerston now. That was close. I'm so glad I turned that light off. Whew. Yeah, that could very well that could very well be it, Fatherboard. You definitely could be overtired. What's the weather like where you are, Fatherboard? Are you experiencing like a winter? Like, do you have snow, cold temperatures? Are you somewhere's warm? Oh, boat, go away. You're gonna see me too. Let's see if he turns to the right. Don't you dare turn to the right. Oh, I knew you were gonna turn to the right. You bugger. Look, now he's casually just coming over. He's got a question mark, which means he doesn't detect me, yet the game is still having him follow me. You bugger. That was unnecessary terror. Oh, there's a storm up here? That's not cool either. Wonder if we can stay docked till it goes away. Around 1 Celsius. I was just gonna say what you could do where you're overtired. If you stepped outside, don't get dressed up or anything, but if you stepped outside for probably 10-15 minutes, then go back inside the house again, the sudden shift in body temperature will actually help put you to sleep. I don't know if you knew that or not. That used to happen to me when I did security a very long time ago, and I used to fall asleep during my shift, and I couldn't figure it out because I had slept the night before. But that's why. I learned that the sudden change in temperature actually screws your body up, and your body automatically goes into a sleep pattern. So if you can make it cold for your body, and then make it warm shortly thereafter, you'll actually get tired. Au naturel. You won't have to worry about anything. You won't have to take anything, you won't have to drink anything. You won't have to lay there and toss and turn. You'll actually get tired. Also, in your bedroom or wherever you sleep, don't have anything with a light on. Don't have your phone on with the screen going. If you do, turn the phone down or turn it away from the bed. Same thing with tablets, TVs. Don't lay in bed with a TV on the other side of the room or what have you, because the light will actually cause you to stay awake also. Yeah, I worked security for almost 3 years. I started as a security guard, and I went to private security, and then I went to dispatcher, and then I left the job because I got an IT job. And when I got the IT job, I also got a job at a bank, so I left the IT job to go to the bank because there was more money there. Then I got another IT job, left the bank, went to that IT job, got a job in an... prior to that, I got a job in the adult industry, so I did that for 3 years. I came out of there, and I've had a lot of jobs. I've had a lot of jobs. For a decade period, roughly, or for around 11 years, I held down 3 jobs at the same time. About a decade, I would say. I was a workaholic. Yeah, I can't discuss that, Nav. That's stuff I can't talk about. But yes, I was in the adult industry for a little over 3 years, I would say. And if it wasn't for the fact that I had an offer to go work for one of the banks in Canada, I probably would have stayed where I was. It was good money, and I was good at what I did, and yeah, it was I was really good with people. I think we have to chat to the port folk. Yep, port report, perfect. Okay, go to the shop, we need fuel. Oh, we're down to 2 supplies. How did I not see that? Not good, it's gonna burn a lot of my money. 33 of 40. 4, 35, 36. 7. 8. God, we just spent like 200 echoes. That's horrible. Okay, from Palmerston, we will go to Gonna go to Irem. I guess we could go to Irem. That's worth a bit of coin to turn in. We're not gonna go to Empire of Hands. So we need to get to Irem, the Sea of Lilies. And then we have to look at either Port Cecil, come down here and find out who sells the romantic literature. I think it's down here. I don't recognize these places as being part of the Khanate, but they might be. I don't know. You know what? Let's forget Irem for now and just go south. Yeah, let's. Somehow I can't really get warm with this game. Yeah, well, yeah, the game most certainly is not for everybody. Most certainly. For whatever reason, the game is for me. I don't know what it is. I should have probably moved on to something else by now, but can't. There's I don't know. Now that may change going forward because now it becomes a game of farming money. I'm not a big fan of farming stuff over a long period of time, but if I need to make 10,000 Echo to buy the next upgrade to my house, plus have whatever extra I need for the game to consider it retiring, I might not play this game all the way through to the end. So that's my concern right now. Because again, there's a ton of other stuff I want to get played. It's not that I don't like playing this game, it's just I don't want to have to get into the point where I'm logging in every day to farm money. That's like me saying I want to log into Star Wars The Old Republic and farm tokens so I can buy gear. Nope, that's not happening. I thought about looking at Final Fantasy XIV again. That's a pretty sharp game right now with all the changes they've made. Yeah, see, and that was my problem with EverQuest. Part of my issue was I never spent time. Once I hit max level, I never spent time farming anything. Except for raids and group instances for faction, and that was about it, or specific armor pieces that had certain abilities on them. But outside of that, I never farmed money. I've always been horrible at making money. I love crafting and trade skilling, but I can't make money off of it. I haven't made money off of it in 20 years since playing EverQuest 1. I started as an armor smith in EverQuest 1, couldn't make any money. From that point forward, I think I've done crafting in every other role-playing game I've done, and I've never been able to make money, so I've just given up doing trade skilling. Planet Coaster would be great. Planet Coaster. Is that like Roller Coaster Tycoon? For creative people, it's unbelievable what you can build there. Sounds like Roller Coaster Tycoon. Right? We got to build a roller coaster and make money off of it? Okay, you don't sell it. Your supplies only cost 9? What the French tickler am I doing? I can't read. I can't read, guys. I was freaking out about 9 Echo supplies, but I was looking at the number of supplies I have and not the... Oh my god. Really? I blame the shoveling. I blame the storm. That's what I'm saying. I blame the storm. It's like Roller Coaster Tycoon. You build a park. Oh, it's a whole park. Okay, okay. Build your own houses bit by bit and so... Wow. That does sound interesting. I used to play with those. We used to have a game years ago called The Incredible Machine, or TIM for short. And we used to build some pretty cool contraptions, I could say. Yeah, Roller Coaster. I played a bit of Roller Coaster Tycoon when it first came out. It was a very long time ago. But Planet Coaster, I'll have to check that out. Actually, if you get the link right there. Watch the trailer. We don't need sound, but I'll watch the trailer real quick. I don't know if I can put this on stream, so I won't just in case. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, that looks crazy good. Man, that looks good. Even the graphics. Share. Oh, you can upload what you build. I don't like the mascot's name being Gulpy. That looks like a worm from Dune. Yeah, man. That game looks cool. Park Simulator. I might have to look at that, I think. Okay, we're down to 16 fuel. We have to get to Port Cecil. Okay. And there's a shark. We have to turn off our light. And we turn it back on. Another game on the long list. Yeah. Man. What am I gonna do? I need to clone myself. I need to have two of me playing video games to get through them all. $14 fuel. We burn 2 fuel. Okay, that's not bad. Stop in here and pick up our port report. Now, if we click on the shop... Nope, you don't sell anything either. Alright, where are we going next? I have to go south. We have to get down here. I have to see what's down here. Okay. I don't like this. Every time I go down to that area, I get scared away by something. I need to become a vampire? I don't know if I need to become a vampire. I definitely need to become an immortal. Who doesn't need sleep? Have I ever touched any phone game? Yes, I played mobile games. I was curious to look into Super Mario Run, actually. Like, just on my own time, just to play if I was on the, heading to work or on break or whatever. I don't know if I'll get into it, though. It seems kind of cool, but it seems kind of plain. Probably a bad word to use. Wait, what just happened with the chef? The chef just... What? Hang on now. What did you just say? Dude, he just said something. Journal. Do we have an entry for him? I don't know what he just said. Just saw him say something. It came up in the bottom right. Crushed thoughts. 6 hours. Okay, we'll have to stop at Estival and see if they sell fuel. I don't like having 11 fuel being this low. What is this place? Oh, this is Estival. Okay. I didn't know I was there already. Oh, this is the place that gets too hot. Oh shoot, we lost a crew. We gained 8 supplies but lost a crew? Okay, this is the Oasis. We can't do anything here. Let's get the port report and get out of here. We have to uncover this next. Can we buy fuel down here? Remember. Oh, I don't want to get in a situation where I get stranded again. But I can't go refuel because I'm still going to burn through the same amount of fuel to get down here. Guess we gotta try. I don't want to turn the light off because I don't want to be this far down and start getting more terror. Or faster terror. Over Tussler? No islands, okay. Uh-oh. That's a problem. Now I need to refuel. I think I introduced myself to that guy the other night. Yes, that was scary. Yes, I didn't. He came out of nowheres. I was like, what? How dare he? Although, one thing I will say, that was actually really cool because he hit me twice and only did 2 points of damage each time. That's good. So I'm glad we upgraded the boat. Rushneck Talks 180, introduction outtakes. Rushneck Talks 181, never mind, still introductions. Yeah. Yeah, I could see that. Something forgotten is here. What does that even mean? I think I might have to burn some money in Port Cecil. I really didn't want to have to pay 20 for fuel. I think I'm gonna have to. Nothing here. Alright, we'll have to go north. No, but actually, I'm so glad Knifey told me about your channel, Crush. Really enjoying your... Hey, look, definitely, by all means, feel free to hang out anytime. Oh, no, not this thing. Run. I didn't know that's where he was. Run. Get up. Get up. Look at our terror. Our terror is spiked so bad. I might have to retreat. What are we up to? 53. Darn it. Alright. I forget the name of it, but when you approach it, it drastically increases your terror. It could kill you, I mean, just within a matter of moments if you're not careful enough to get out of there. You know what? This guy's got 140 hit points. We're gonna tackle him and see what happens. Tried to get behind him. Didn't work. Oh, this is going to be bad. Is he hitting me from any side? Are you kidding me? Why does he have a 360 attack? He's annihilating me. Examine its cage armature. 39% chance to succeed. I don't think we need supplies. We're going for it. Fingers crossed. Yeah, we failed. Gained 3 hull. Oh, we gained a hunting trophy. Okay, that's alright. But sadly now, we gotta get out of here. Gotta get out of here like it's going out of style. That shark just... The casing or whatever around it, I guess, allows it to attack 360. I wasn't expecting that. I was expecting a front-on attack, and that way if I got behind it, I'd be safe. That wasn't the case. Or fuel won't get me... No, it won't get me to Palmerston. We'll have to buy at least 2 fuel here, I think. I'm pretty sure we'll have to buy 2 fuel. That's gonna be 40 echo. That's too much money. I think we're gonna take a loss again now if we get back there. Can you fight the enemies in that region? Not very well, no. Yeah, that did not go well. Straightforward challenge chess. Okay, play. Bam. We've succeeded. Okay. 51%. Sure, let's try it. Bam. Ah, we failed. Frig you. Okay. Stop. We need fuel. Just enough to get back to Palmerston. Alright, Sige man. If you're not typing again, have a good night. $55 terror. Oh, we can't repair here anyways. We have to go back to London to repair. Oh, this sucks. That's ridiculous though. That means even with the upgraded boat, I can come out here, fight one target, and then I have to go all the way back to London to repair. Doesn't that sound dumb? That sounds dumb. I guess the objective is to just think past everything. Ubisoft is giving out free games. Crush Talk 592. A good aim at DD, and I'm one of the best. Yeah. You know me too well, Enterprise. Hey, Knifey, how's it going? Hope you're having a good evening. Were you playing anything today? You know, it's pretty funny. You'd almost think Knife's ears were burning, Nav. It was actually funny. Hey, room. It was actually funny. You jumped in the channel, Knife. Nav was just talking about how it was cool that they. Oh my God, Nav, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Thanks for that. That's greatly appreciated. I finally get to use that animation. I've never used that before. But anyway, yeah, as I was saying, Nav was just saying how they were grateful, I guess, that you had pointed them to this channel. And then all of a sudden, here you are. Crazy, right? Okay, we need... We need fuel. What are we at? 37 of 40? Still have plenty of supplies. What do we need? We need to take 12 dice back to London, don't we? 12? Yeah, it was 12. No, we can't do it. We need a bigger hold. $17.10. Okay, we gotta go to London now. This sucks. I wanted to stay out here. Now I can't because of that stupid shark. I jumped the shark and the shark didn't like it. So here's something I should ask. Maybe get your guys' opinion on something. So Nav, again, thank you very much for the tip there. But I know a lot of streamers have that kind of stuff physically displayed on the screen. If you guys were to do that in the future, would you guys want that stuff shown, or does it matter? I try to keep it off there to try and keep the screen as clear as possible. But if people would like to be recognized for what they do, you know, as far as, say, following, subscribing, tipping, that sort of thing, would you guys want to see it on the screen, or would it matter? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Somebody went crazy on board. Oh, shoot. We're going to have to shoot her. Well, we're going down another person. 2 crew. Game, what are you doing, man? Game just Darkest Dungeon me. The game just DD'd me. Okay, right on. Thank you. That's what I'm looking for. I was looking for input. If I can't see it, I can definitely hear it, and then the sound will automatically make me notice. I can see that just from looking at chat too. Although I just noticed it didn't come up in chat. So I use a different chat application because I'm streaming through the multiple sites or whatever. So I have a chat application that actually connects me to all the sites. And apparently it doesn't bring announcements into the chat. I'll have to see if there's a fix for that. I did see it though. Again, thank you. I don't really know what to do with the stream as far as the appearance of it, right? Like, I was thinking I could set some money aside and get a green screen and then just get rid of the border altogether. And that way it would free up more of the screen itself. Or I could leave the frame where it is and maybe add like a ticker or something on the bottom or up top, or maybe around the cam frame that would show like recent follower or recent donation or something. I don't know. I mean, I just come on here to stream, but if people are going to do things as generous as donate or follow or what have you, I mean, I guess it'd be, you know, nice to have them see that they're noticed. Nightbot said it? Okay, I'll have to see if I can integrate Nightbot into this because Nightbot didn't show it for me. Oh my goodness, why did I have my light off for so long? Because I was talking. Actually, wait a minute. Can we have tea and Frostbound? The tea event might be up. Tea event's up. Don't hit me. Thank you. The tea event's up. We'll drop our terror a bit. Okay, okay. So pretty much, I mean, just leave the screen. So what about a green screen? If I got rid of the frame altogether and just had myself on there like some of the streamers do, I mean, would that look alright as well, or do you, I mean, should I keep the cam frame? I kind of like the cam frame because I like the fact that, yeah, I've got the leaf there to indicate that I am Canadian, so, you know, people that know won't have to keep asking. I get that a lot. Okay, oh, we can take tea. Awesome. Do that right now. That saves us 10 terror. Oh, we're still going to take a hit though, because we're going to have to rest at least twice, and that's going to take 200 echo from us. I hope we make some money off these port reports. Actually, we still have a fair bit of fuel left. Nope. Go away. Go away. There we go. Don't you dare. Don't go aggro. You know, don't go at. Don't you dare. Oh no. I'm just out of his reach. Nope, I'm just in his reach. Okay, thank goodness. Oh, you I'll kill. That'll bring terror down a couple of points. Yeah, the main reason that I have the chat up, I mean, I could probably change the size of it, but the main reason I have the chat up is for anybody on mobile that wants to, wants to watch on full screen or whatever. They wouldn't see the chat, so having the chat up there allows them to see it. That's the reason why I have it up there. I wish it was a better place to put it. I might see if I can find a way to fade it out, maybe. I don't know if there's a fade option, but if there's a fade option, I could try that too. Oh no. Do we have anything illegal? I don't think so. Perfect. Didn't have anything on us. The alarming scholar wants to talk to us. The blind bruiser wants to talk to us. Yeah, we'll do it. It's a bit of money. Where's he want us to go? Khan's heart. Okay. Inventory is what? 29 of 40. Okay, we should be fine. Oh, did we not pick up the vital intelligence? Shouldn't have aggroed that shark. Okay, 39 of 40. Need to make room. Sell the solace fruit. What else can we sell? Sell the scintillac. Sell the honey. That gives us 37. Oh, we're done. Okay. All right, let's see. We can't do you. What do we do here? We can't do the scholar. Little present. You're probably going to give me enough to overflow. We have 3 memories. You know what? We'll hang on to them for now, I think. I need to free up inventory. I don't know what to do with these Blem. Okay, he just gave 2 supplies. Deliver Blemigans. Interesting. You now have romantic literature. What? That wasn't worth it. Ooh. Whatever. Alright, let's sell that too. Need to hire more crew. Need to hire crew again. Hire crew again. Need to go to the dry dock. Oh, okay, Enterprise man. Have a good night. Thanks for hanging out. We'll see you next time. Okay, we're repaired. We turned in our port reports. Done our Londoning. Dealt with the scholar. Can't do the labyrinth. Can't do the merchant. Not going to do the wharf, so I guess we just need to rest. Read the morning paper. Time with your family. Lost 20 terror. Down to 25. We can't do it again, can we? Nope. Gotta pay it. 15 terror. Take it down to 10. Okay, that's not bad. We're at 31 of 40. What's our goal now? Our goal, we need to get vital information. We need to find romantic literature. We need, how many do we need? 12? 12 or 7? 12 or 7? I can't remember. Chris, I forgot. the CD or the MP3? Right, of course. Yeah, Knife wants a recording of me just talking nonsense to help her get to sleep. Because you know, apparently I'm very boring. Okay, we have to go to concert. Okay, so this is gonna be a southern run, I think. Let's get fuel. Supplies. 11 should be fine. 11 should be fine. Okay, so if we're gonna go to Khan's Heart, we'll go to Quaker. Iron. On. And go up through Depot, Abbey, Field, Gators, back. Yeah, that should work. No, I know. I'm just saying. Okay, let's go. Okay, we should do pages. Nice. I wonder if I should increase my stats. I could probably put iron up to 60. Veils to 45. Pages needs work. What do you mean? Okay, whatever. That place is ridiculous. I always fail that roll. Always. No screaming, insulting, or anything? No. I try to keep it simple. I shouldn't say simple. I just try and keep it so that anybody can hang out, right? That's why I say, you know, there's some stuff I can't talk about on stream or what have you, and yeah, I really try to curtail the odd time that I want to say something, you know, in lines of a curse word, but I don't. That's why I say shoot all the time. I just wish I could keep more of a regular schedule, that's all. I don't like having these late starts. I mean, it can't be avoided. I mean, I guess I could have just come on and said I wasn't going to have a stream at all. But I don't like having the really late starts because then I'm not on for very long, right? And I don't feel it's justified to come on for 3 hours and then take off again. Just like your old Dark Age of Camelot buddies. Crushneck is love and life. Eat my dose or I'll die a miserable death. Come on now. Obviously you're joking. That's funny. That's funny. Uh-oh. That's not funny. What aggroed me? I don't see anything. Okay. That was weird. Okay, there's our port report. I don't think we want to explore. I think that's a bad idea. 20 and 30. Oh, it's expensive. We should be fine with 9. Okay, so from here... Shoot, where are we going? Khan's Heart. Khan's Heart. Both are in Khan's Heart. Okay. Khan's Heart it is. You guys are silly. Okay, I hope this pans out. I really hope this pans out. I remember these guys don't like me very much. There's a way to build faction down here, but I don't know. I might have to read up on it because I'm not sure how the faction works for this location, but you start in Khan's Heart, and they want you to deal with Khan's Glory, and Khan's Glory wants you to build faction to talk to them, so they can send you down to Khan's Shadow. Apparently Khan's Shadow is where everything is sold, which is the issue. Okay, so select the cargo. Find our contact. 34%? Wait a minute, what's this? Oh, this is gonna suck. Either report for 36% or find your contact for 34%. Well, we're going to go for it, but we're going to fail. 1, 2, 3. Bam. Of course we failed. We didn't even get the stupid report. Curse you, Khan's heart. Yeah, I'm going to have to read up on the faction for these guys, because there's no way I'm going to keep coming down here for 36% success rate. I failed that one too. This place sucks. As Kaganian suspicion increases, this action becomes more difficult. If you have an intelligence network here, easy. We can't do it because we don't have a diplomatic agent. Failed that one. Well, we succeeded. Okay. Alright, I guess. We'll take it. It's not great, but we'll take it. Okay, where are we going now? We go down to Lorcan's port. Maybe uncover down there. Fuel do we have? Oh, we got 19 fuel. That's plenty. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. You can do this only sound thing on the phone? You mean when you listen to me on the phone, I sound different than if you listen to me on the computer? Uh-oh. That's trouble. You're gonna aggro. You're moving just as fast as I am, which means you're gonna keep pace. I need to find a port. Oh, ho, you turned off. Crisis averted. You're gonna turn into me? No, you're not gonna turn into me. Okay, we want the port report. I don't think we want to talk to these guys. Oh, we can't talk to these guys. Okay. They won't sell to us. Okay, we're gonna try and come in here, but I don't know if they're gonna let us or not. I'm pretty sure I was scared away from here yesterday. Okay, I see. You got me on in the background, in other words. When I worked for the one of the banks that I worked with, I moved into the telephone online banking department, so I would deal with customers on the phone or online, and I hate to say this, but I used to have women hit on me all the time. And that's the honest, and it's the honest to God's truth, and it was because of the way I sounded. Dude, like, I used to get spoken to all the time. I used to have to look at my supervisors, and I'm like, what do you want me to do? You know, I'm trying to do my job. I can't help it if they make those comments on the phone. I had people asking me where I was geographically, if I planned any trips, if I wanted to go visit people. Like, it would happen. Dude, I was so embarrassed. So embarrassed. I shouldn't say I was so embarrassed. I don't easily get embarrassed, but I was put off at work because of it. But I would talk to them and they're like, you know, you've got a really nice voice. And I'll be sitting there and I'll be like, and I'd have to stay professional. I couldn't say thank you. I couldn't acknowledge them. I had to say, okay, well, I've gone ahead and done this, Miss So-and-so. Is there anything else I can help you with today? And I remember this one, I was dealing with this one customer. It was a Sunday morning. I was dealing with this one customer. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. What is this? What is this? What is this? What is this? Don't you dare come after me. Where's my boat? I'll finish that story in a second. They were right next to each other. I almost got sandwiched. Anywho, I was talking to this one woman. She'd called in. She wanted to pay a couple of bills and check the balance on her credit card. So I was talking to her and I was helping her with her stuff or whatever, just being me and talking. You know, it was never anything intentional. It's just how I sound. And I was talking to her and she's like, you know, you have a really nice voice. And I was trying to, you know, get her balance or whatever. And I was saying, I kind of half, I don't want to say laughed, but I made this vocal sound without acknowledging her that I guess in a way kind of acknowledged her. And I said, okay, so I've got your balance here on your credit card and I see that your balance is whatever. And she starts giggling on the other line. She's like, oh, she says, you got to stay professional because you probably have people listening to your call. That's of course why I did it. I mean, I'd like to be able to talk to a person normally, casually, like, you know, we are now, or I would with a friend, or I would with a person, you know, in public, but you can't do that when you're working, right? So we had quality assurance, which always listened. So randomly, there were so many of us, so they could never listen to us all at the same time, but there's always a chance that they were listening to your call. You never knew when they were listening, so you had to keep it professional, which I was good at. So I was talking to her, whatever, and all of a sudden, she stops and she calls for her friend. I think her friend's name was Julie or something. And she's like, Julie, come over here for a minute. And I was looking into the balance. She was trying to keep me on the phone is what she was doing. And I knew what she was doing, but I couldn't acknowledge it. So I was going to get the balance for her checking account. And in the meantime, she was calling her friend Julie or Jennifer or Jessica or something over to the phone. And she's like, listen to this guy's voice. And then she'd start asking me questions. So I'd be forced to answer. So I'd be talking and answering, and all of a sudden she would start, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm not going to hear the end of this. So I crossed my fingers, and I hoped, and I hoped, and I hoped that QA wasn't listening to me. The phone call ended, and I dealt with another customer. Right after that phone call, turned around to go on break, and two of the quality assurance people were standing behind me, and they were smiling. And I knew right then and there what was going to happen. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And I looked at them and all I said was, what do you expect me to do? And they kind of giggled and they're like, well, you know, we're supposed to come over here and address you. And they started giggling. They're like, but we can't do that. They're like, you know, we know you get these calls. Just, you know, maybe try to sound differently. And I'm like, what do you mean sound differently? This is who I am. This is how I talk. But because I have what people, I don't consider it relaxing or soothing or whatever. These are words that other people have used. But because they find it that way, I always end up getting dialogue that I don't necessarily go looking for. And it used to happen time and time again. It was, man, I couldn't even tell you. Even my coworkers used to poke fun at me all the time. What did they call me? They called me, Don Juan. That's what I don't know if you guys know the reference to Don Juan, but they used to call me Don Juan. Don Juan in America, I believe, was, or maybe it was Spain. I think he was a Spaniard or something that was, he was like a ladies' man. He was always like flirting and hitting on women and so on and so forth. But they used to call me Don Juan all the time, and I absolutely hated it. And it's the honest to God, like not one word of this is baloney. It's yeah, I don't know. It's just the way it was. But time again, didn't matter. I would talk to older women, like elderly women. I would talk to young women. I would talk to even ladies, like those that are like in school or in college or whatever. And more often than not, almost on a daily, if not every other day basis, I would always have interactions that led to that kind of stuff. And every time I stayed professional. I stayed as my bank. I never broke conversation for any reason whatsoever, but it used to keep happening so often. They had to keep coming over, and it was funny because I was to the point where I was leaving the bank, go work for another company, and they ended up making me stay. They did whatever they did, pulled whatever strings they pulled to keep me working there because I was good at talking with customers. And in multiple years, out of almost 400 employees, I was recognized 3 times out of 5 years for the best customer service. So every year we have this award presentation where awards get sent out for best sales, best customer service, best call time, best email response, best whatever. Like, it's just like you would have sporting events or whatever. They did this because it was a way to keep people's morales up. My mentality was, I don't care. I don't want a trophy for doing my job. I just want to do my job, get paid, and go home. That's what I always say. I do my job, I get paid, I go home. That's it. And it was funny because the first year I won this was the same year I had that conversation that I just told you guys about. And I remember we were all sitting in the meeting room. There were, I don't know how many, there must have been 200 of us anyways. And all the bigwigs were in for this thing, and they were doing their whole presentation on the podium. And they got to the award or the recognition for the best employee for customer service. And I looked at my supervisor, and we spoke pretty frank. Like, she wasn't your typical pull up the butt, supervisor. She was friendly and cordial and jovial and what have you. And I remember looking at her and I'm like, oh God, here we go. Here comes the kiss ass award. And I went like this as I said it. And I wasn't smiling. I was like, oh, here comes the kiss ass award. And all of a sudden my name was called. Well, you want to talk about in the wrong place at the right time. Everybody burst out laughing that was sitting around me. I was like, I was no good. I couldn't believe. And the funny thing was, everybody was laughing because they knew about my phone calls. They would pull my phone calls and use them for trainees and new recruits to listen to because of the way I can't explain it. I can't. So I did it for a couple of years, and then I tried to move out of that area and upgrade or move up. They wouldn't let me. I tried 3 times, and all 3 times they came up with reasons as to why I couldn't advance at the time. And it was nothing bad to me. They said they found other scenarios where they went with somebody else for the position, and I couldn't do it. So I gave them 3 attempts, and after the 3rd attempt, I said, that's it, I'm done, and I quit. I gave my 2 weeks and left. Thankfully, I went right into another job. Like, I've never gone without work. I've always been working since coming out of school. But with this job, it was so annoying. And then, this is a job I can't talk about because of the details of the content or whatever, but I got a job that ushered me into the adult entertainment business, and I was really good there too. There was a period where I had to do some customer service, dealing with people. And the thing was, when I first got in that, I guess, world, you would say, I was nervous. Like, talking to women, talking to the opposite sex, it was a little uncomfortable because there was stuff I had to do and stuff I had to present and so on and so forth that a guy wouldn't necessarily do for a woman that wasn't in like a relationship or wasn't talking to like their partner or whatever. And it was funny because for the first month and a half, I was nervous. I would get like, I wouldn't necessarily get splotches or whatever, like nerve splotch, but I would get nervous. My throat would get tense or whatever, and I would start to sweat, from the forehead or whatnot, because it was difficult to be professionally intimate with these people. But after the first month and a half, I got over. I don't know what it was. I woke up one day and I just said, you know what? I don't care anymore. And I went to work and everything was good. And even there, I was there for a little over 3 years, and they tried to keep me because I was the best represented employee or person in what we did for 2 years. The last 2 years of me working there, I was recognized yet again. But another bank approached me at that time and offered me much more money, so I ended up going to the other bank and left this place behind. But if this place would would have matched what the bank was going to give me, I'd probably still be there today. So that's but again, that's not stuff I can go into detail about. Just because of the content, not because it's like top secret or nothing. It's just I can't talk about it on, Twitch or whatever. But yeah. So I mean, I don't like to admit or to state that I'm really good at handling people, but facts don't lie. I mean, I guess I have a way with people. Yes, I don't know. I have no idea. So I'm not going to change. I'm not going to be rude or try not to, whatever. But anyways, that's neither here nor there. I'm going to start getting off on a tangent again. Fuel's only 12 here? Yo, we could use this as another location to refuel. Oh, supplies are more expensive though. I don't like that. Okay, we can imagine what you did. Yeah, you keep to the imagining. Rush isn't that innocent. Oh, no, Hey, look, let me tell you when I was younger, I got some stories. I can't tell those stories. There's very few platforms I could tell those stories on, but I would say around that time, I led a pretty crazy life, I would say. Not crazy as in bad. Crazy is just in, like, why would you want to leave, so to speak, I guess you could say. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about it. I've just, I was raised polite. I was a nice guy. That's it. I was never rude. I was never degrading to somebody. I never talked down to anybody. I never talked to somebody like they were an idiot. I wasn't harsh. That's it. I mean, I'm sure you guys might have had these scenarios too, but I grew up with a bunch of people that, they drank on the weekends. We had house parties. They would smoke. They would, get high or whatever, that sort of stuff. And stuff would always go wrong and stuff would always be ridiculous. But that just wasn't who I am, right? I used to work all the time. So my off time to me, or my free time to me, was precious to me because I had so few of it. Most of my friends at the time weren't working. They were either in school or went into university. I didn't. I started working when I was like 15, got my first paycheck, realized it was money. I didn't want to go to school. Are you kidding me? I wanted to work. So that's what I did. So it got to the point where I was the guy with the money and everybody else didn't. So on the weekends, we used to hang out at a friend's place or whatever. We used to have house parties just like, you would have any other time or whatever. And there'd usually be anywhere from 12 to 15 people to say 30 to 40 people, which was really, really crowded. And I'd be sitting on the couch or whatever with the apartment renter or whatever at the time, who was a fairly good friend of mine. We've lost touch over the last 10 years or whatever, but I would always come in after work. I'd either be in uniform or whatever, and I was just tired. So I would go to the liquor store. I would pick up, his favorite drink, mine. I don't drink for the most part. Like even like in my lifetime, I've probably drank on average maybe 4 times each year. Like I don't feel the need to drink to relax, right? I can do other stuff. So I would go and sit down and we would just chill and talk, and then people would start to show up, and then it would get more and more crowded at night because these kids didn't have anywhere else to go. And then stuff would break out and stuff would get stupid and stuff would get silly. And the whole time I'd be there talking to my buddy Doug. He was an older gentleman and he just liked the company, right? He didn't have a lot of company throughout the week or whatever, so he appreciated it on the weekend. And I appreciated getting away to his place because when I did that, I got away from everybody that wanted me. So like any tech support, any questions about computers, phones, whatever, I got away from that because they knew that I wasn't home. And because I was making the money at the time, I could always go out and buy whatever I wanted. If I wanted to go for McDonald's or fast food, I could do that. If I wanted to go to a restaurant, I could do that. If I wanted to go to the liquor store, I could do that. I had no problem with money at the time. But I was also the type of person who was nice enough to buy for other people. Like when my friends showed up on the weekend, if they didn't have money or they didn't have anything, to drink or to eat or whatever, I say, well, let's go to the restaurant and I'll buy, I'll buy a whatever. We'll go to McDonald's or Burger King or Chinese food place or Italian place or even the liquor store. And I used to do that on a regular basis because it's not like I was blowing that money every day or every weekend because I didn't have a lot of spare time. But when I did, I didn't mind doing that for my friends around me because it helped them enjoy the weekend or what have you. And I had no problem doing that. And the problem with that was everybody got comfortable with it where it almost became the norm. So it's almost as if I was required or as if it was second nature for me to do that. And then people started to ask for more than what they should have been asking for. And me being a nice guy, it's very hard for me to be a bad guy. Very, very hard. I don't lose my cool. I don't get mad. I can't even tell you if I've ever yelled in anger or hatred or whatever. I can't tell you if I've ever been mad. I've been frustrated and I've been disappointed and what have you. But as far as being angry and mad, in my lifetime I've never ever gotten to that point. I don't know why. I just feel there's no need to do it. I find that's more effort that needs to be exerted. If you need to be that mad about something, you just don't need to be anything at all. So but I had to put a stop to that. But the thing was, because I was as comfortable and as, I don't want to use the word lazy, but I was very relaxed when I was there. So I didn't care. Nobody bothered me. Nobody bugged me. People didn't sit there and put their face in my face and pester me with questions and so on. It's just when the occasions arose, I thought I'd be the nice guy, right, and what have you. And I got known for being nice in that respect as well, and that bled into a couple other jobs I did where I was really good at dealing with people. And through those experiences, even though I wouldn't say they were necessarily friends, but I made friends with a lot of kids or a lot of people at the time that hung out at those parties that helped me improve or get better or build up to finally realizing that I was good at dealing with people. And ever since then, I like to think I'm good at dealing with people. Even with the streaming, like I didn't expect any of that. I don't expect to come on here and talk to anybody. I shouldn't say that. Have these conversations. I expected to come on, start a game, start playing. If anybody jumps in the channel, asks questions, answer the questions as best I can, and then just keep playing because that's what I do. But I found since being on here, and I've said this time and time again, I'm talking like 80% of my stream or 85% of the stream. And I know people like yourselves enjoy it and what have you, but I don't want it to come off like, I never want it to come off like I'm bragging or like it sounds like I'm boasting. Like these stories that I'm telling you, it sounds like maybe if it was coming from somebody else, it would sound like they're trying to say trying to puff their chest up, so to speak, or they're trying to say, I'm better than you, but not really realize what they're saying. I'm not saying that. That's just who I am, right? That's just who I've been. I don't see that changing no matter how old I get or how things go on here. If I'm still on here 5 years from now, if I'm not on here 5 years from now, if I'm doing something totally different as far as work goes, I don't see myself being any different. Yeah, that's it. I guess I gotta stop talking. I gotta get back to playing again. I'm making no progress. What was I gonna do? I was gonna buy fuel, but no supplies. That's what I was gonna do. That should be enough. Okay. Where are we going now? Still have to go here. I haven't uncovered this in like 3 days. I need to know what's here. I actually did a quick stint. So another funny story. I've told this once before. I guess it's kind of funny. When I was younger, I looked a bit different. Like I looked a bit young. I haven't aged. How can I explain this? If you saw me 15, 20 years ago, I don't look much different. I've always had it's hard to explain. I've always had, I don't want to use the word youthful. A lot of people, no, I shouldn't say a lot of people. Everyone that meets me for the first time thinks I'm much younger than I am. So with that said, I've always had that sort of young appearance, or I don't know how to explain it. Anyways, when I was 18 years old, I was walking with my best bud, and we were walking down the street in the next city over from where we live, or where we lived. And as we were walking down the street, we turned to the right, and we saw this building, and it had one of these, what are they called? It's like it's like an arch thing that hangs over a door, but it's covered, and you stand under it or whatever. If it's raining or whatever, and nothing gets on your head or whatnot. What's it called? Oh my lord, I can't believe I can't remember. I can't remember. Anyways, it turned out to be a talent agency, like a modeling agency or whatever. And I was talking to my buddy. Looks up there and he goes, "Wouldn't that be funny?" He said, "If we got into TV." Now, mind you, I'm 18, he's 16. He's like, "Wouldn't that be funny if we got into TV?" And I'm like, "Yeah, that would be kind of funny." But I said, "Where we live, there's no big TV shows here." So we started talking, and we walked inside the building, and my buddy looked at the elevator panel, or the not the elevator panel, the map or whatever of the building, like with all the floors, and it says what's on each floor. And he saw the floor, and he's like, "You know what?" He said, "I dare you to go up and apply." And I looked at him and I said, "I'm not going up there and applying. Are you kidding?" I said, "They'll stick me in some catalog or something, trying on clothes or some nonsense." And both of us started laughing. We were giggling because we were just immature at the time. And he's like, "No, I'm serious." He said, "I will give you $80 to go up and apply or sign up or whatever." And I said, "Really? You're going to give me?" Anyways, I got the $80, but I went and applied anyhow. And it was the weirdest thing. I got up there, and the name of the talent agency was Boss Talent Agency, BOSS. So I get up there and I started talking to the people, and they said, "Okay, well, there's registration, and what you need to do is you need to go home. You need to get 3 outfits. You need to come back. We'll take some photos. We'll put you in the catalog or whatever, and then we'll go from there." Now, when I say catalog, I don't mean like an actual catalog that you would shop in. I don't know if you guys know, but when you deal with a talent agency, they take your photos and they put you in a face catalog. It's a huge friggin' binder, and it's just all faces. That's it, of all the different people they have in. So I went home, got the outfits, went back, tried on all 3 outfits, got the photos taken. Then the photos came out, and all photos were done in black and white, because that was the easiest way to judge all complexions, all features, all faces, etc. I still have the sheet somewhere around here of all the photos, but out of the 30 or so pictures they took of me, which was so weird, it was the only time in my life I ever wore makeup. They had like, I'm probably gonna get this wrong. I had like foundation, and I had some kind of cover up, and they had some kind of gloss stuff on my lips, and they had all this like my hair was longer at the time, or it was longer than this, but it wasn't long. And they had it all styling. They had like mousse and styling gel and everything in it, and I looked like I belonged in a boy band at the time. And I remember that when we got the sheet of photos, they told me to look at them and pick the 2 that I thought were the best ones. So I'm going through all 30 of them or whatever, and I'm laughing, like I'm giggling and I'm laughing the whole time. I'm like, I can't believe I'm doing this. I said, this is all for $80. So I wasn't expecting to get anywhere with this. So I go through the whole sheet or whatever, and I find 2 that I think look the best for photos. So I mark one, and then I mark the second one. They come out and they're like, "Okay, what 2 did you pick? We already picked 2. So I showed them which 2 I picked. They pulled out, I swear, they pulled out the exact same 2 pictures. I laughed, the guy laughed, and the girl that took the picture started laughing. I said, "Well, that's settled." So they said, "Okay, which one of these 2 do you want put in the catalog?" And I was looking, and I looked at the girl, and I said, "Well, what do you think I should go with?" And she looks, and she's like, "Well, I kind of like this one." And I said, "Okay, that's the one we'll go with." And he's like, "Are you sure?" And I said, yeah, that's the one we go with. So anyways, that was all said and done. From that point forward, I ended up getting phone calls from them the very next morning. And this went on for probably 2 weeks. The problem with this was, at the time, I was working security. I don't know if you guys have ever worked security, but you always work you typically work weird hours or you work nighttime hours. So you normally work during the night and then you sleep during the day, then you get up and you start your shift in the evening. So when I got home the day after, or sorry, when I got home the afternoon after getting the pictures done and getting my face put in the catalog, I told my parents that, you know, in the morning, I wanted them to call me if this company called them. And they said, okay, we'll go ahead and call you. My mom didn't want me sleeping in for work. So she didn't want me to miss work, but she didn't want me to sleep too little or too few hours, be tired to go to work because she was afraid I'd fall asleep during the night. They called me for this week. This was the third week. They called me every single day. They wanted me to go in for something. I don't know what it was, but every time Mom would answer the phone and tell them that I wasn't able to take the call because I either wasn't home or I was sleeping. Didn't know any better. I didn't fully explain what who the company was that was calling because I didn't want them to start laughing. Well, not laughing, but I didn't want them to be dumbfounded and say, why would you do something so foolish? Like, my parents are old fashioned. So I wouldn't want them to say, why would you doing something like that when you're working? Like, why would you even do that? Because that kind of a job would mean I'd have to leave the job I was in, which was stable and full time. But the problem with going into a field like that is you have to rely on getting the work. If you don't get the work, there's no regular hours. You know, you're paid by job that you do. So after the week, they just stopped calling. I remember the next day from that week, I got up and I was talking to my mom or whatever, and I said, have they called at all? I said, it's been a week and I haven't heard from anybody. And she's like, has who called? And I said, that company, the Boss Talent Agency. And she's like, oh yeah. She said, I think they've been calling almost every day. And I was like, what? Why didn't you tell me? You were supposed to wake me up. Why didn't you? And she's like, well, I didn't want you to wake up because I didn't want you to sleep in. And I was like, oh no. So then I started calling them back just to see if there was anything I could do. They didn't have anything for me. This went on for about, I think, 6 or 7 days. And then I just stopped altogether. So it never really went long term, but I was excited because it actually went short term. And the photographer told me it was because of the way I handled myself when I was talking to them. Now, keep in mind, I was only 18. I wasn't very experienced with working, like with dealing with people in a professional sense. So that's pretty much the reason why I'd gotten it. But I still have the photos around here. If I can find them, I might show one on stream just to see. They're actually pretty comical. Now that I look at it, it's pretty funny because I can't see myself ever being that or ever looking like that. It was cool at the time because I thought maybe something was going to happen. Oh, I got to figure out where to go next. Maybe, you know, there could be a career in it. That's what I thought. I mean, I didn't get my hopes up too high, but they were up there. But sadly, it didn't pan out. So that happened. And they were the only company in the area. Like, there was nobody else that I could check in with. So I gave up on it. So who knows? It could have happened. I had it for 2 weeks. I just didn't have it for the third. But whatever, you know, we make our decisions. We are who we are. I just thought that'd be a cool story to tell. I could safely say I've had a lot of, oh man, why is that boat right there? I can safely say I've had a lot of events in my life. Some funny, some crazy, some just plain wrong. A fair number of them I can't talk about on stream. Oh, did that aggro me? It did. Leave me alone. That's right, you go down there, and I'm going over here. I think this is a bad idea. I only have 5 supplies. Yeah, I have quite a few stories that I could tell, but sadly, a lot of them are ones that I wouldn't be able to tell. I don't think I'd be able to tell on stream. Or if I did, I'd have to change it to like in the 18 plus rating or what have you. There There were some pretty funny stories. There were definitely some funny stories. Varshas. Varshas? Varchas? Varchas? Varshas? I'm gonna say Varshas. Oh, it's these flying blue things again. I don't know what those things do. I don't know if they're bad guys or what. The burning white light of Varshas. Okay, this is new. The walled city of Varshas is a tangle of green vines and luminescent fungal flowers slow blooming around moldering stone. A quincunx, I've never heard of that word, of carved step towers rise over the walls and pour burning white light into the bleak sky. A rough, shadowed path leads from the docks to the mirrored gates of Varshas. Two towering carved stone lamps throw their light on the angled mirrors, and a blue-cloaked guard stands in the reflected pool of light. The city is a beacon against the tree-hushed, sprawling darkness of the Elder Continent. In the far distance, a vast mountain glimmers. Choke on the smell. The sailors wave you over, ask the guard a few questions, tell the guard you wish to enter. Okay, let's get the port report. I don't know what to do here. Great idea, record some stories and send them to you. You should sell the stories. I should make an audiobook out of it. Is overpowering. It comes from the fungus growing. Choke on the smell. This is probably a bad idea, but we're going to do it anyways. The flowers have white, waxy leaves which leave powdery traces on your fingers. The light coming from the city has the same camphorous quality. And the smell. Perfume worn too many days on the body. Unread books left to turn to ink-stained pulp. A garden drowned and rotting in still water. Okay, that didn't do anything. The sailors wave you over. They are sitting on some upturned crates on the docks, playing a game with mirrored chips and stylized snakes made of bone. Devil bone dice? Must be. You're not thinking of going in there. Sailors gawk at you in an unconcealed horror. They take turns telling you gruesome stories of Varshas, which they no doubt invented whole cloth. Some are convinced that the Varshasi render sailors into tallow to light their city. Others say they steal shadows and sell them to their masters. All of them are convinced that they blind any strangers who dare to gaze too long upon their city secrets. We're just waiting to be paid and then we're off, one of the sailors says, nervously fingering a mirror chip. I've only got one eye left and I'd like to keep it. Ask the guard a few questions. The blue cloak guard only acknowledges your existence when you step out of the darkness of the path and into the light from the lamps. The guard stands in the middle of the pool of light, looking warily at the darkness beyond you. Up close, the guard's blue cloak is threadbare and mossy along the hem. A pattern of embroidered suns runs along the collar, but the gold thread is dull. The hole around her eyes is smudged. Well, Tomas, she asks, are you going to ask your questions, or are you just going to stare? Her tone is brusque, but her expression is curiously eager. Do not think Varshas receives visitors. Your name is not Tomas. About the light, ask about her. Ask about the customs. You have no more questions. Okay. The guard looks scandalized and tries to stop her ears. All those who are not Varshasi are Tomas. You have been touched by darkness, and it has taken your name. Fixes you with an admonishing look and adds, it is very ill-mannered to pretend you still have one. You begin to see, a little, why Varshas is not often visited. It looks like you will have to get used to being called Tomas if you enter. Ask about the light. We must always walk in Mihir's light, so we burn our lamps night and day to banish darkness from the mirrored city, she tells you proudly. If we let darkness corrupt us, we would not be Varshasi any longer, but Tomas like you. You wonder, is that so terrible a fate? Her mocking laugh answers you even before her words do. Yes, it would be terrible indeed, Tomas. And before you ask, she adds, no, I do not have any desire to leave Varshas. The rest of Neath has fallen from Mahir's grace, and I have no wish to join them. Okay, let's ask about her. It is a great honor to guard the mirrored gates. She snaps defensively. She gestures to the edge of the pool of light illuminating her post. It is very dangerous, even a small stumble and I could fall into the dark. Her voice goes thready. I would be banished from Mahir's grace. I would lose my name. That is why they only send the bravest outside the walls. Okay. Ask about city customs. Best to know before you flout them. Easier to plan an escape route that way. Don't touch the mirrors. Don't even look into the mirrors, she says, her voice hard. And try very hard not to dream. Were you expecting something along the lines of, don't murder anyone, or only wear red on special occasions? Still, you nod and smile. I guess we have no more questions. This got us nowheres. Okay, that was a big waste. Tell the guard you wish to enter. She makes a mark in her ledger before ringing a brass bell. The mirrors of the gates rearrange to give you space to pass, but never once allow shadow to touch the guard. Our ways are not yours, Tomas. Remember that, and walk in the light of Mahir. An occurrence. Your Varshaz faction is now one, okay? Your eyes are blinded by the brilliance of the light. Verdant rot smell is even thicker. The heat of so much flame and reflected light presses oppressively against your skin. Your head pounds. It is a few minutes before your eyes adjust, and you can look around. Brass lamps and gilded scones hang from every wall, and phosphorescent fungus grows moss-like upon doorways and ceilings. Cunningly arranged mirrors catch every droplet of light and diffuse it till each cobblestone and rampart of the city is drenched and blazing and utterly without shadow. Who do you speak to? I don't know. Unlocked with Varshaz, the knells of the tower no more than 4. Okay, so we can do these all? We can do these all. Let's talk to the firekeeper. Dressed all in saffron, a pair of thick fireproof gloves dangle from a silver chain at her waist. I'm too important to play guide to you, Tomas, she tells you before you even open your mouth. I'm the keeper of the Western Principal Mirror. She points up at the enormous multi-faced mirrors set atop each of the city's 5 towers. I'm only here because I'm looking for my idiot brother. He is probably busy pouring wine down some pretty dark-eyed boy's throat in a tavern. Is it a matter of great urgency, you wonder? He's late for his lamp checks in the sacred district, in her terse reply as she hurries away. If the Agnahotre found out, he'd be lucky to end up a lake dredger. The tardy lamplighter faction is 1. First bell was sounded. Okay. I don't know what's going on here. Let's talk to the White Cloak guard. The suns embroidered on his cloak are picked out with gold thread, and the edges jeweled with carnelian. Tomas. Hey, okay, typo. Tomas is spelt wrong. The whole previous conversations we've had, it's been T-A-A-M-A-S. This person went and spelled it T-A-M-A-A-S. Yes, I picked that out because that's what I was saying earlier. I am such a grammar Nazi. Tomas, he presses his hands together in greeting, then gives you an anguished look. You look terrible. Are you sick with a terrible outsider's disease, or is that what your nose is naturally like? Over your protestations, he gives you directions to the hospital. Oh, the medics are all butchers, to be sure, but they walk in the light of Mahir. He adds breezily, and then points out the guardhouse and the vague direction of the temple of Mahir, and a street of bars and gaming houses. We don't want to get a reputation for being inhospitable. He laughs as if he has made a grand joke, and you laugh along weakly. First bell is sounded. Well, we just rang the first bell. Okay, whatever. The jewel-turbaned youth. He is winking at you. That is a furtive wink or a flirtatious one, only one way to find out. He looks utterly overjoyed to make your acquaintance, the bangles on his wrist flashing as he presses his hands together in greeting. My friends and I would be honored if you would attend a small gathering with us, Tomas. We are so eager to hear about the world outside Varshaz's city walls. It seems an innocuous enough invitation, but then why does his gaze dart around so anxiously as he tells you how to find his mansion in the Eastern District? Okay, this doesn't sound good. Something is wrong. Continue your explorations. The mirrored city gleams invitingly. You'll get used to the smell in time. Oh, goodness. You walk galleried courtyards wreathed with vines and fungal blooms. Long straight roadways crisscross the length and breadth of Varshas. Stone worn by the wheels of carts and the tread of thousands of slippered feet. Lamplighters constantly check the fuel levels of the scones and replace wicks. Firekeepers check the coiled spring mechanisms that control the angle of the mirrors. There is much to explore. Where will you go next? I feel like I'm doing a choose-your-own adventure. Entertainments in Varshas. There are bars and gaming houses to the west. Follow the clink of wine glasses and the continual shouts. Ooh, tough challenge, tough challenge. 40%, 34, 59, giggity. The duelists. The courtyard is strewn with white sand. The duelists fight with curving twin-bladed scimitars in each. You try your luck in an exhibition match. 69%. Do we think that's high enough to go? Let's try it and see what happens. Oh, we fail. Man. We always fail. If it's not below 85%, we always fail the first attempt at everything in this game. All 4 captains, every option that's come up, we failed. Now we could do it again. We're going to be penalized again. Alright, we're going again. Alright, we're doing it again. Stop. Is it failing 58 every time? Have you guys noticed? Oh, okay, we succeeded. Thank goodness. Okay, that's done. Oh no, nothing's open during the night? We have to stay at the inn. All visitors to Varshas are given 1 night's accommodation in the city's only inn. It is a handsome stone mansion arranged around a pleasantly cool courtyard. Frescoes of city life are painted on the walls. Given how few visitors Varshas hosts, you suspect the inn is more usually used by philandering locals. Evening falls. Or does it? The town's 5 principal mirrors are mounted on coiled spring mechanisms and alter their angles subtly to create the impression of evening. Across the city, the firekeepers throw pinches of colored powder into the lamps. Quality of light yellows to a softer brightness. The wine maze lamplighter. He is dressed in saffron robes and is indeed pouring wine down the throat of a very attractive dark-eyed boy. You could tell him his sister is looking for him. Sure. He starts up in horror, spilling burgundy red wine everywhere. His young companion looks irritated. "I'm late," he shouts. "Mahir, forgive me. The Agnaho tree is going to skin me alive." He pumps your hand in gratitude. "Thank you, Tomas. I won't forget this. Here, take my arc jewels." Jewels? Lamplighter faction is 2. 3 outlandish artifacts. Okay. Take that. Where are we going now? 90%, 100%. The kitchens, the smell. Okay, let's go to the kitchens. The inn's cook makes thick spice stews of fungus flowers and lotus root, eaten with chunks of boiled cassava and rice imported from inland. But it is the light-hungry fruit grown in the city which makes your mouth water. Tart-scented oranges and bruised yellow bananas, pineapples bursting with juice, tender coconuts with the silky white flesh scooped out, and sap sweet on the tongue. Do you not eat meat? You ask in wonderment, and the inn's cook calls to me here for strength. It is forbidden to eat the flesh of living creatures, he says. Lucky the Varshasi don't fancy the seafaring life. Okay. Ooh, don't sleep. Won't be difficult to stay awake in the constant. We'll sleep. This is something bad's gonna happen. I know something bad's gonna happen the second we sleep. Let's see what happens. Fall into sleep easily despite the bright light, but your dreams are full of whispering, glittering smokes, mirror vapors that coil into reflection warping shapes. You see your limbs bend, your skin slough? Yes? Your eyes twist, you wake with your heart pounding, your nostrils are full of the fungal rot smell of Varshas. Your body is as it always was, but somehow that is not as comforting as it should be. We now have one. Oh god, look, we gained 10 terror. Are you kidding me? Your permitted time in Varshas is over. Time to go. So, oh, what a kick to the teeth. I came here, I did all the talking to all the people in the city, and all I got out of it was more terror. Oh, man. Dawn in Varshas. Outsider time in Varshas is strictly rationed. Each morning at dawn, the guard visits the inn to eject any Tamas they find. They are polite but very definite. Did that, your faction is gone. Gained another point of terror. This place sucks. Alright, we're not coming back to this place anytime soon. What do we have? 20 fuel. We still got plenty of fuel. We only have 4 supplies. Let's keep going east. See what we can find east. I didn't like that place at all. I thought it was going to be a cool place to explore. I even thought the faction you were going to be able to keep, but if they're going to reset all your faction and give you nothing but terror, they fooled me. Oh, there's a storm down here? How can there be a storm down here? They've entered the sea of statues. Killing wax wind blows. What does that mean? Is that what that stuff is floating off to the north? Oh, it is too. It slowed us down. Oh god, we're almost out of supplies. Not good. We gotta get out of here. I don't even know if I can buy supplies in the Chillin 8. Okay, we'll stop here real quick. I don't think these guys sell anything, but I don't have a choice. Oh, they don't either. Where else can we go? Two supplies won't get us up there. I don't know if they sell or not. I could go to Visage sell. Oh, dude. This is a problem. That's nativity. Can we make it there? I don't know. We'll have to try. I got a bad feeling. I got a very bad feeling. Oh, this thing again. I've got a very bad feeling about this. We have 1.5 food left. I had I had a feeling that I should have bought a couple more supplies before I took off. Oh, you don't sell anything near the oasis. I have Nativity in Port Cecil. Port Cecil probably sells it, but I don't know if I can get there in time. We have to try. Nope, we're going to Nativity. Forget it. Closer. Oh no, not you. Oh, come on, turn, turn. I swear, if you turn back to the left, I'm gonna be annoyed. I'll turn back to the left. You bugger. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Did you see that nonsense? I turned left, it turned left. I turned right, it turned right. I turned left, it turned again. Okay. This is going to be bad. If these guys don't sell supplies, Drew's going to die. I don't have enough supplies to make it anywhere else. Please tell me these... Oh no, I think that these might just be ruins. Yes, 30. That's alright, it's alright. No, I think it's only 20 at Palmerston, right? How far from Palmerston are we? That's a big distance. We're going to need 3. You know what? We should probably get 4. Oh, whoops. I clicked the wrong thing. That's not what I wanted. That's a lot of money. Have we even gotten port reports? I don't even know if we've been collecting port reports. Shoot, man, shoot. Alright, what do we got here? Meet with the emissary of spiders. Trade supplies for silk. Why can't we compile a report? Oh, we need wine. Okay. Delivery of trinkets. An almost entirely legitimate silk trader urgently requests your help with delivering to Fallen London. Okay. That's where we're going anyways. Let's meet with the emissary. Oh, goodness. Oh, my good sir, or is it madam? Or another salutation, perhaps. Pardon my ignorance. He taps his blindfold. The honor of serving the acrimonious masters does somewhat leave one to a disadvantage in matters of detail. He smiles. Blind to light is not, however, deaf to rumor. I wonder, might I prevail upon the good-natured individual I have heard contributed so much to our little festival? Splendid, splendid. He leans in close. My benefactors have charged me with seeking a special sustenance for a special occasion. I am sure an experienced sailor such as yourself sees through the necessary euphemism. Shall we say unfortunates of little future, such as your tomb colonist? Oh god, they eat tomb colonists. We're perhaps a select few to find a different destination for the greater good. I can promise more than fair compensation for any subsequent regrets. You may be able to obtain trusting tomb colonist tourists at Venderbite if you've assisted them in the past. Oh, we have to go to Venderbite to get tomb colonists to bring them here in order to be sacrificed. I don't know how the cook's going to feel about that, because the cook is from Venderbite. But what's the reward? We don't know. You know what? We're going to do it. We got to do it at least once. We got to do it at least once. Oh, we can't do it. What are we missing? Excuse me. Oh, we just need 3 colonists. Okay. Okay, what do we buy? 4 supplies? 4 supplies. Alright, let's try and make it to Palmerston now. I believe supplies are only 20 at Palmerston, but I could be mistaken. Oh, not you. You serious? There we go. Perfect. We still didn't get our romantic literature, which is what we came here for. I might just have to wait till we can get a bigger hold. Oh, it's the Empire of Hands. We gotta watch the boats here. Boats are deadly. What is that? Something's up there. No, maybe it isn't. I thought I saw something. Ah, 3 would have done it. I didn't need to pay for the 4th one. What's our terror sitting at? That silly mirrored city ruined it for me. Jacked up my terror. Look, 2 would have even done it. $22, yeah, see, it would have been cheaper. Alright, what do we need to get back to London? 6? I think 6 gets us back to London. I think 15 should be fine. Oh, actually, maybe not, because we should probably stop and see if we've got to pick up port reports. God, we're losing money here. We gotta stop by Frostbound also and see if we have the tea event available so we can drop our terror. We also have to watch for those. The music is very unsettling in this game. I like it. Okay, there's the tyrant moth. We gotta watch him. Or her. Or it. Now we also gotta watch for Mount Nomad. Mount Nomad has a silly, stupid tendency to show up down here when it should be up by Avid Horizon. And that can kill... Well, actually, I don't know how many hits we would take in the new ship. In the old ship, it would kill us in 2 hits. We're going to try and stay away from there, though. Dramatic music is dramatic. Yeah, right, yeah. Dramatic music is dramatic. But yeah, that Planet Coaster game looked pretty fun. I'm kind of intrigued. I might have to look more into it and see if it's something I'd be into. Don't you dare get sucked in. There we go. Perfect. That could have been bad. If I'd have had the first boat, I'd have been toast. That vortex would have taken us in. It would have been game over. We have 4 supplies. 4 supplies, and we've come that far. And about 2.5. Oh yeah, we're good. Our terror's not good. That's a problem. Oh, we might end up going broke. I got a feeling I'm going to have to rest at least twice, and that's going to take 200 echo from me. Plus we have to restock. I'm not going to bother to repair. Only 4 points of damage in. I'll try and make as many stops as I wonder if I can do... I wonder if I can do a counterclockwise circle along the top. Pick up those 5 or 6 port reports. I don't know if I have the supplies for that. A T event? Yes. 1 supply, 1 fuel, plus 10 terror. Okay. Now this might work. Let's go to Codex. Oh, and actually we can swing around to Vendor Bite and see if we can pick up any tomb colonists. This might work. This might work. I'm kind of not cool taking tomb colonists over to the island of spiders, but I gotta do it at least once to see what the reward is. See if it's worthwhile. I mean, there's no way it would ruin any faction with Venderbite, because there's no way they'd know that I've taken those people all the way across the ocean to be eaten by spiders. Okay, we'll get our port report there. Yeah, we don't need anything. We should be fine. Then we'll go to Wither. Funny how it does that. Even though we move faster, terror calculates accordingly. Instead of going up 1 bead at a time, we now go up 2 beads at a time. Not cool. Or leave? I don't think I want to do that, do I? No, I don't think so. I think that only gets rid of 1 terror. Cost 50 echo. I don't know what this does. We should gamble once. 5. That's not even worth it. Son of a gun. Okay, well at least we tried it once to know. Now I know not to bother to go back to it. Still have 4 supplies. We're gonna go down to 3. What's our inventory? Oh shoot. We get to our inventory from in here? No, we can't. Shoot. I gotta go to the dock here real quick and see what we have for inventory space. If we have at least 20, I might have enough to get to the Salt Lions and pick up a load of claymen. $18 of 40. We have 20 spots. Perfect. Let's... one more for good measure. Let's go see the claymen. That should be... what are they giving us? 200? I think they're giving us 200 echo per transport. Oh, you know what I just realized? We didn't pick up the brigand's supply, I don't think. Which means when I get back to London, he's probably gonna whack all my crew. Shoot. Well, we can't go back now. Come on, you. Wasting fuel. Come on now. Oh, come on, turn, man, turn. Oh, boo. Garbage. That wasn't even worth killing. Uh-oh. Bring out the nets? Cool, I'll take it. That was lucky. Okay, well that happened. Now hopefully I think I'm gonna have to wait on Venderbite. I don't know if 7 fuel and 3 supplies is gonna allow me to go back over to Venderbite and then down to London. I don't think so. Okay, we need the port report. And we need to take the dudes. Now we go back to London. And hopefully we make some money. Oh, actually, I think we have some news. We can go to Hunter's Keep and maybe drop our terror and walk away with some supplies. Maybe. Let's go find out. I'm still worried about going back to London. If I dock in the brig, and I don't recall if I picked up the brigand's cargo. I think I did, right? Didn't I pick up something in Khan's Heart? Pretty sure I went to Khan's Heart and picked it up. I don't remember. Oh, we can do it. Okay, let's... Who are we going to sit with? We're going to have lunch with Cynthia, Lucy, or Phoebe. I'll let you guys decide. Whatever you guys say, I'll go with the majority. Cynthia, Lucy, or Phoebe. I don't know if this is going to work, but we're going to try. Lucy seems nice. Okay, we lost 10 terror. Gained 1 supply. Lost our hunger. Gained 4 memories. Okay. Hey, cool K, what's happening? The one with the big... I don't know which one that would be. I have no idea. Hope you're having a good weekend. Welcome back. We want to go to the house. This is where we see the maids. The hall is dark, the parlor too. There are signs of disturbance here and there. Smashed cup and overturned piano stool, scratches on the walls. You bend to pick up a page of paper and hold it to the light. It is an unfinished poem. You think the handwriting might be Phoebe's. The absent moon, the gnawing hunger in the heart. The well, the sea. The sea? What about the Z? Isn't it supposed to be the Z in this game? What's the C? I'm going to say that's another typo. Great many crossings out. There are sounds from downstairs, from the kitchen. Wait, we entered from the upstairs? You push open the door cautiously. Something clings to the ceiling. Oh, this is the maid. Shoot. You've explored the silent house of Hunter's Keep. You've gained 1 terror. You've gained 10 fragments. Something somewhere has changed. Of course it has. Sisters are no longer available because I believe they're dead. The thing in the kitchen. The yellow-eyed maid clings to the ceiling like a lizard, fierce and wiry in her ragged uniform. She hisses furiously. When you advance a step, she scurries away to the far end of the room, still on the ceiling, weeping. Suffering. 45 and 69. I don't want to catch her. That's the mean thing to do. 45's not good odds. Neither one of these are good odds. She's going to give me stress if I fail, isn't she? Probably. Catch her with... Oh, God. Catch her with a net? May as well try. Can't look. Oh, we succeeded. It's like trying to get a jaguar out of a tree. 3 of your crew are badly bitten, but at last you restrain her and she lies on the table glaring and growling. What now? You try to question her. Those poor sailors, she spits. You realize that in all the time you spent at Hunter's Keep, she had never spoken. The poor sailors. I didn't come here for this. Damn them to the well. With a serpentine wriggle, she's free of the net. She returns to the ceiling in one inhuman leap. You've succeeded, you've explored, you've gained 5 terror, you've gained 50 fragments. Are you kidding me? Search the house. Loot the house? Gained 5 terror, gained 3 artifacts, gained 1 curio, lost 1 crew. What do we have for terror? 55. We try a search? Let's try a search. What's the worst that can happen? Yeah, we failed. We gained 1 terror. We do it again? Again. A distant song. You cock your head and listen. Someone is singing. A woman's voice. Soft o'er the fountain. Illing ring falls the... Ling... What is that? Illing? Illing... Oh, illingering... Lingering? Makes sense. Whatever, falls the southern moon. The sound takes you up the winding stairs to the turret at the back of the house. You try the door at the top. Locked. Sound ceases. It was Phoebe's voice. You call out to her. What's happened? We wanted their stories, she explains reasonably. We only wanted their stories in the beginning. We get so starved for stories out here. But then Lucy, she breaks down in sobbing. Want us to break down the door? Your bosun whispers. While you're considering the answer, one of your crew swears and points. Smoke is leaking from beneath the door. I deserve an ending, Phoebe calls out. When you press your hand to the door, you can feel the heat on your palms. You've succeeded. The house is aflame. We've gained a bunch of crap. And now we can no longer come... Oh, save Phoebe. 64%. We gotta go for it. We gotta go for it. I can't look. Can't look. I can't look. Can't look. Achievement! Yay! What? We did it. A desperate rescue. A bucket chain passes up water from the Z, enough to slow the flames a fraction, and to soak the cloths you wrap yourself in. You dash through the flames, your skin crisping, eyebrows sizzling. Your hair grows back patchy after. Phoebe is slumped against the wall. You seize her, sling her over her shoulder, and dash out. The spine of the house breaks with a roar as the roof falls in. Sparks fly up towards the false stars so far above. The death of the house takes hours. It is total. Only a cindered shell remains. Phoebe weeps when she wakes, racking sobs that shake her body. Should have left me, is all that she will say for the longest time. Her face is horribly burned. She goes bandaged after. Like the half-dead of the tomb colonies. Perhaps she's half-dead herself. It can be difficult to tell in the neath. You've succeeded. We lost a crew. We now have 1 scarred sister. We lost 5 terror. The house is a blackened shell. We now have a port report. Okay, I don't know what we're going to do with the scarred sister. Go over the ruins? Sure. Lost 5 terror, gained a memory, gained an artifact. We now have 7. Buddy back in London wants 7 artifacts. Yo, that's awesome. I think we can turn in the 7 artifacts now. We're gonna look again? Nothing. Well, this has become a bust now. We can no longer... Oops. We can no longer use them for their cool stuff. Okay, let's go back to London and see if we can do anything with the scarred sister. Must be Kardashians. Must be descendants of the Kardashians, right? They're the Kardashians' former selves. There you go. I mean, technically, the sisters were, I guess, making a living without doing anything. I guess that sounds similar. And over the... Okay, we did pick up the cargo. Awesome. You were paid, you were paid. It's only 200 echo. I guess it must be 200 echo, period. Yeah, it's 200 echo we didn't have before. Okay, these are the trinkets we picked up. 100 echo. Well, that was garbage. This guy, we should be able to do... Oh, we can't do one of these? I thought he wanted 7 artifacts. Dude, this guy? No, he wants 1. Watchful Curio. We want to give this to him? I don't know. Whoa, we have 10 memories? Somebody wanted 7 outlandish artifacts. Wait, maybe it was the labyrinth. Nope. Okay, I have no idea. What do we have? 4 inventory spots. Oh, we gotta turn in the Sphinx Stone. Right. There's 500 echo. That's so beautiful. I don't know if that ever stops. Okay, hire on more crew. We have 10 of 12. Yes, we need more. Do we need repairs? No. Who's the new recruit? Oh, nope. 16 of 40. Okay, now we can do our port turn-ins. Oh, we didn't get the information? Oh, we never picked one up. Okay. That was weird. I could have swore I picked it up. Yo, we did a lot better than I thought. 1,300 echoes and it's all ours? Those Sphinx Stone helped. Those Sphinx Stone were huge. Okay, faction level went to 7. I don't want to give this guy an... Who wanted 7 artifacts? I don't know. Let's give him 1 and see what we get. 100 echo. Might be worth just giving him all of it and taking the 600. I don't know who wants 7 of them. Let's check our lodgings real quick. A delivery from a grateful friend. Several crates of wine sit in your lodgings. Have 10 spaces of cargo. What? 10 wine? Who needed wine? Spiders. Spiders needed wine. Yeah, 10 casks of wine. Well, that's unfortunate. Because now we only have 4 inventory spots. Alright, we're going to sell the artifacts. We'll give them to the scholar. Level 8. Okay. I don't know what that does. I don't even know if that's worthwhile, but that's okay. That freed up... Still 4? Oh, those didn't count as inventory. Oh, they don't either. These. Alright, can we sell the romantic literature? Just soon be done with it. We'll keep the wine because we need the wine for the spiders. Although the wine is only used for port report. But we don't know what the reward is for turning in the port report from the spider island. So we should keep them just to do the turn in at least once. And the reward is, and then decide if we want to keep doing it. Yeah, that's probably our best bet. Coffee. Anybody over there take coffee? No, down along the south. I think. 18 fuel. That'll be enough to get to Palmerston. Supplies are low. So we need more supplies. Okay, first thing we need to do is get our stress down. Thing is locked, okay? Okay. Now we have to do it again. What are we at? We're at 30. Okay, so we have to go to Palmerston to pick up the important intelligence. So if we rest one more time, we lose... We go down to 15 terror. So if we don't rest a third time to save the money, and we make our way around a frost found, we'll probably go up to 20 terror. We do the T event there, drop it 10, which makes it 10. That's it. There's no other place to drop that much terror unless we find stuff to kill in the water. Okay, let's rest once more. Alright, that saves our money. Whoa, what's this? An invitation to Benthic College. Travels have caught someone's attention. A delightful invitation. Benthic College is pleased to invite you to an exclusive and educational evening with Lady Agatha Treadgold, delightful adventuress and raconteuse of thrilling true tales of feist and spunk. On the back is a scribbled note. Come speak to me afterwards, darling. Opportunity beckons. Okay, attend the lecture. Benthic is the most open-minded of the London colleges. You find yourself waiting for the lecture in a queue of students, devils, and bohemians, observed with some scorn by passers-by in Somerset colors. An evening with the delightful adventuress. Whoever she is, she knows how to pack a hall. Not a seat is empty as she takes the stage. The fine cuisine of the Chillinate. Darling claymen, all but a prelude, my dears. Her stories tend towards the fanciful and conveniently unprovable, but the delightful adventuress has the credulous audience spellbound for hours. Many of her tales of monsters and lost cities have a common theme. She visited them ahead of a certain Lady Leonora Fortescue, a quite adorable, daring archaeologist with whom she sparked a bracing rivalry back at finishing school. The rest are tales, bitter as the sourest grapes, being cheated of triumphs by the very same Fortescue. Sounds like a Tomb Raider thing. Whose fanciful fictions are fit only for the penny dreadfuls. Ah, they reference penny dreadfuls. That's funny. You guys know what Penny Dreadful is? Other than a TV show? And if you don't, Penny Dreadful is what they used to call comic books a long time ago in England that were based off of scary type content, like monsters and killers and what have you, but they used to be called penny dreadfuls. If you didn't know that before, now you do. You're welcome for me making you smarter. By the end, her stories are notably more bitter than boastful. She still receives a standing ovation. Okay. Oh, Empire of Hands faction. Alright, I'll take it. A business proposition. The delightful adventuress's masked layman Barnabas escorts you to the principal of Benthic's study, where she sits sipping brandy by the fire. Ah, my dear Capitano. Firelight glints in her eyes as she raises the glass. I hear you are recently returned from the Empire of... Oh. Monkeys? Hands. Yes, of course. It is a rare breed that can make such a voyage. Foolhardy, too, perhaps. She sips her brandy. I wish to charter your no doubt fine vessel to that primitive little island chain. There I shall find what I need to show up the infernal Leonora Fortescue, once and for all, you. The delightful adventuress squints, sizing you up. Sufficient compensation will not be a difficulty, a most mutually beneficial arrangement, you will agree. She's gonna mess us over. I know she is. I'm gonna say she gives us no more than 100 echoes, and I'm gonna be annoyed. So we'll take her. Okay, so we have that. We've done our resting. We've done our turn-ins. I don't think we're doing anything else here. Visit your study. Anything else in here? No, nothing. Okay, so I think we're done in here. What did you need? Oh, you needed the romantic literature. Okay. Inventory is 35 of 40. I guess we'll buy supplies and go. Oh shoot, we gotta go to vendor. You know what? Let's try that right now. Oops, why'd I do that? We'll go to vendor bite right now because we gotta see if we can pick up 3 tomb colonists. Go forth and hear out the crushed neck. Now, we gotta fight everything we come across while we're on this part of the world. Like that guy. Gonna conveniently turn around. You bugger. I knew that was going to happen. I swear, man, the game is detecting the right time to aggro me. Now, there should be bats in here? Maybe not. Nope, I thought there was. I was mistaken. Oh, there's bats right out there in the water. Okay. Okay, gather gossip. Now, how do we pick up? Cool. Give it your hunter's eye? Oh. The driest of chuckles. My left eye is blind. Should I replace it with this one? It will be no blinder. Perhaps I will see within. It raises the hand with the hunter's eye towards its concealed face. No sound is indescribable, but some should be. This is one. Let us not trouble ourselves with its nuances. Reminders of marsh and gangrene and chrysalid emergence. Take, it says. Its voice is ragged. It gestures at a side table where a spoiler tusk sits. A pearl tiara is perched jauntily atop the tusk. Both apparently are yours. We lost the eye, we gained a captivating treasure, and we gained a hunting trophy. Okay, cool. Oh, we found one of the... Does that mean we found one of the things? Yeah, we did. I don't recall finding one of the things. Okay. How do we pick the people up? I guess we can't pick the people up. That's weird. This will replace 12 supplies with 12 tomb colonists. No, we're not going to do that. That's ridiculous. You're going to want me to take on 12 of them, and then they're going to pick a location on the other side of the world. Explore vendor bite. Drop a coin into the empty offering box and pray. Make an offering. Search the place. 20 fragments, 1 terror. I don't know how we're supposed to pick up people. Recurring nightmare. Suspicion. Nope. Nope. Okay, that's Mount Palmerston. That's the Sphinx Stone. Tomb colonists. Oh no, it's the wrong one. Savior's Rocks, a supplier of tomb colonists to spiders. You have encountered the Grand Spider Council of Savior's Rock. Yeah, but we've already helped Venderbite. Why can't we get people on board? I don't know. They'll pay their passage to the tomb colonies, sell them there. What? No, we're supposed to pick them up in Venderbite, not deliver them to. I have no idea. I have no idea how I'm supposed to do that. Go kill these bats. Why are we not seeing the bats? There. Alright, we'll go up to Codex and Wither. And then make our way across the top. We'll go to Palmerston, pick up the important information, refuel, probably blow some money on supplies, and then figure out what to do when we're over there. This time we gotta make sure we take enough supplies. Oh, there's a storm. That is not good. You, you bet some evil fish is gonna try and eat me? I hope not. And I hope it doesn't get smart and start dancing. How do we get a searing enigma? I have no idea. I don't like the storm though. Shore leave and wither. The echo. No, we don't want to do that. We tried that before and it was worthless. Yeah, we're not doing that either. What are you doing? No, oh, I can't leave? Yo, okay, we're gonna try. Oh, we passed. The House of the Question. Ask about the drowned man. 100 echo? Defy the gods. This will increase your iron and hearts by 5 each, up to 110, and set your terror to 0. But you will never be able to remove any god's curse or benefit. I don't even know what those are. We're not going to do that. I don't want to do anything that says you're never going to be able to do something. Not until we know what it is. Alright, now we'll go to Frostfound. Hopefully the T event is up. That'll drop our terror by 10. Take us down to 7. Which will probably take us down to 10 if our terror goes up to 20 by the time we get there. Yeah, you would have defied the gods. I just don't know what the god's curse thing is. I've never seen that before, so I just I don't want to take the risk. No, I mean, who knows? It could be nothing. I mean, it could be a rare occurrence that you're supposed to take. Oh, why did I do that? I knew I shouldn't have done that. Wrong, stupid option. Because I'm a dummy. I knew not to click that second option. I should have just clicked the first one and been done with it. More of a high risk, high reward. Yeah. Well, if I ever go to the local casino or whatever, if I ever bet or gamble, it's always go big or go home. I can't sit at machines for long periods of time hoping to get that win. If I have, say, $20 on me, and I go to a craps table for whatever reason, I just put all 20 down the first thing and go. That's it. If I'm playing any VLT machine, I mean, it's very rare that it happens. I don't know why people sit there for hours on end playing those things. But I would just max bet everything all the time and then be done with it. Paid off a couple of times. I went and played roulette one time, and I think I had $40 that I put on the table, and I walked out with around $1,100. That was the best I'd ever done. That was probably about 15 years ago, I would say, 14 years ago. Okay, we're going to stop by Godfall because I think we have enough fuel. Okay, 20 euros, walked out with 300 after 30. Yeah, see, there you go. A friend of mine that I used to work with at one of the banks, his girlfriend unfortunately had a thing about gambling, and she managed to get hold of his credit card. Needless to say, true to fact, he had to declare bankruptcy because of it. He had used every single cent he had on online gambling, trying to do the poker thing. And then apparently she took off and legally changed her name. Okay. Oh, we can do all three? Wait, what if we do the other ones? That takes 5 casks of wine. Guess we could try it. 150 echo. Okay. You guys want a hunting trophy? We could try. 1 Tale of Terror, 1 Memory, 1 Z Story. That was garbage. I don't know why I did that. Here's our port report. Man, look, I don't know. I have no idea. I couldn't believe it when he told me. I thought he was pulling my leg. Did he just shoot first and then flare? You bugger. Yeah, it was very, man, look, it was very strange because I thought they were great together. He thought they were great together. I mean, he wasn't really paying attention to his banking because he didn't think he'd have to, but this all happened within the period of a month. He doesn't even know how she got his credit card information. Because with transactions, when you verify transactions, you typically have to enter your card verification number, your security number. And as far as he knew, he always had his card on him. So the only thing he can think of is she must have got it from him when he was sleeping. That's the only explanation he had as to how it happened. And it's absolutely unfortunate. Unfortunate. Makes it very hard to trust people. Like he's gonna have it rough with the next, partner he comes across. Like he's gonna be different. It's definitely unfortunate. Carry Clayman to London. 6 units. Have that to carry? We do. Okay, we'll take them. Yeah, I absolutely, I could not believe it, man, when it happened. Couldn't believe it. They never fought. They never argued. They always did stuff together. They, as far as I know, they didn't spend too much time together. Like, it's not like they worked the same schedule and were always near each. Like, oh, we don't want to do that. I don't know. I mean, it might be a rare occurrence, but it's just unfortunate that it happened because he is going to have trust issues. The shark moved all the way over here. I'm going to be annoyed. Nope. Okay, good. Yeah, she obviously has issues. Obviously, for her to go and do, I mean, she obviously had a problem with it that he had no idea. At least I would hope he had no idea. I don't rightfully know if he ever knew that she had that kind of an issue. But apparently what had happened was he had received his statement at the end of the month, and he saw his balance was greatly different than what he thought it was. So he called his credit card company to go over the transactions, and that's when he started disputing charges left, right, and center, and the agent told him that there are way too many charges on this card. And so he had to cancel the card, try and replace it. They revoked them. He couldn't pay whatever the balance was owed, so he ended up having to declare bankruptcy. Totally tanked him. Totally. I couldn't even help him. I tried to see what I could do to help him, and there's no way. And then she had the gall to get up and just move. She fled, moved to the other side of the country, and changed her name. Okay, there's a few things we have to do here, right? Right, we find the contact. Okay, strategic information is done. Now, don't we have to pick up Buddy's thing? No? Okay, we got the port report. That's funny, I thought we had to pick up the dude's shipment from Palmerston. Didn't we? Journal. I know we picked it up. Favors. Shadowy figures major. No, that was earlier. I could have swore the shady guy wanted us to come to Palmerston. I guess not. We must not have talked to him. Nope, I guess not. Okay. Well, since we're here... Okay, we'll head over to Irem. get our port report. Okay, there's our port report. Coffee beans. Okay, we'll have to remember to buy some coffee next time we're in London. I'd like to do this event. Judgment's Egg. I remember that was for something, but I don't know what. I don't know. Will cost 50 fragments. How many fragments do we have? 274. We have 24 secrets. Okay, no worries. Where are we going now? We don't have to go to the Empire of Hands. Although, you know what? We probably should. Go and see if we can get a port report. I think we'll circle around, refuel at Palmerston, and then head straight south. We'll try and pick up as many port reports as we can. I mean, we made a lot of money on that last run, so I'm not worried about blowing money on unnecessary supplies. Oh shoot, glowing boat, glowing boat. Go away, glowing boat. Nope. Stay away, glowing boat. Oh, we had to drop her off. Haha, good thing I came here. The delightful adventuress leans over the rail of the ship, sniffing the humid air with evident distaste. What a filthy damp little place. Oh well, we shall endure. At the sight of the mare hobbling up, she straightens. A thin, insincere smile spreads across her face. Ah, you there, my good primitive, he calls, striding down the ramp and clasping his right arm. Oh, clasping his arm tight. Okay. Now then, I come in search of your first Emperor's vault, and for that I shall be needing a few things. Some of your finest workers and tools and some food. You understand me? She shakes her head, barely waiting for a response. Food, she repeats. Comprenez? Oh dear, I see we shall be here for a while. Listen, I hear you fellows rather like souls. Shall we discuss that like higher primates? Payment for the journey. The delightful adventuress will establish a base camp on Fountainhead Island. She welcomes your assistance as one who has proven to be not entirely useless. What? So there's a new base? Okay. File a report. Audience with the mayor. Sell your soul to the mayor? No. Acquire fresh supplies. 20 echo? Sure. Oh, one supply. Are you kidding me? Use yourself. Zeppelin. I think we're done. Perhaps not. Travel to Sovereign Island. Travel to Fountainhead. This is where she went, right? Visit the Delightful Adventuress's camp. Gift for the Monkey Emperor. The Delightful Adventuress has already uncovered and put aside many treasures. A small statue amongst them looks particularly interesting. You now have a gift for the Monkey Emperor. Okay. Speak with the Delightful Adventuress, a flustered circus mistress. Oh, it's you, of course. Help me with these blasted maps, would you? The monkeys are quite clueless. She shakes her head. They claim our souls uplift them, but if you ask me, it's just a case of monkey see, monkey do. Can you believe they think that Zeppelin of theirs will let them create a new empire? Wait, you there. Take that out of your mouth this very second. To the vault. It may look centuries old, but this entryway is relatively new. The monkeys can never leave alone, always adding bits on as their whims demand. Your Empire of Hand's delightful archaeology quality is now 1. Inside the vault? The rush, darling, is to court tragedy. The Delightful Adventuress pays barely any attention to you as she prepares. She is not yet ready to open the vault. You should return later when she has had a chance to organize her monkey workers. It may take a while. Okay. Turn to the boat. Can we buy now? We still can't buy. Alright, where are we going? I think what do we have for supplies? 14 and 9. We should be able to make Savior's Rock. And then go over to Port Cecil. And then Nuncio. And then possibly Polythrene. Sea of Lilies. Palmerston. Refuel. Then head all the way north. I mean south. Maybe. That might work. I think so. What is going... Oh, shoot. Okay, so... I'm going to have to end the stream, people. I didn't realize it was 4:30. I got to get to bed. I want to thank you all for hanging out as always. It's been a pleasure. It's too bad I couldn't have gotten an earlier start to the evening, but you know, with the storm and everything. Regardless, I will be on tomorrow. As far as I know, barring the weather, I should be on pretty early. I don't know if you guys are going to be around, but if you are, feel free to stop back. Outside of that, I wish you guys a good day or a good evening, and I'll see you next time. Take care.